It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth.
It's you liberals who have lifted them up, Howard.
Paul, you conservatives make a mistake. You can't afford to strangle hope in people. Without hope, people become dangerous.
No, Howard. You liberals have let them invade our society. You give them jobs, political jobs.
Paul, you missed the point. It's only the smart ones we move up.
That makes it even worse.
No, we have to move them up. If we leave a smart one in the ghetto, he might develop into a leader against us. But if we raise him up into white society, we neutralize him.
It really boils down to our ability to accept. We don't need pessimism.
What he means by pessimism is resistance. And that's what COINTELPRO was all about, stopping the resistance.
I know you're out there. I can feel you now. I know that you're afraid. You're afraid of us. You're afraid of change.
We hide it in plain sight. One of Plato's greatest works was the allegory of the cave. I feel in order to understand the political matrix, we need only to look into this allegory. We first have to open our minds to the possibility everything is not as it seems, that things we've always known to be truth may be lies. For if we can't perceive the lies we've ingested, we can't see the bars on our mental conditioning. For that is how you walk out of the cave and see the political matrix. Hello, everybody. This is the Political Matrix. I am one of your two hosts, Marcus Young Marcus Cage, here with Voodoo. Voodoo is live on the streets, out there with the people, living real life, touching grass. So, without further ado,
hey, I am.
So let everybody know. They see you out and about. They see you got your nice, beautiful, bright colors on. What are we up to today, Teal?
Okay, so most people probably have seen it. I'm in a stepping group. I'm the president of a stepping group out here in Virginia. And today, one of my members is celebrating her second anniversary of having her beauty lounge. And so there's a lot of Black vendors here. We're doing it up for, Juneteenth. We're trying to end June with a bang. Black-owned businesses, trying to touch, our community and get our community involved. And so my team decided to support our member today. And we're going to come up here. Y'all going to see us. I'm going to break off from time to time and go dance with my crew. Y'all can honestly see what we do. But yeah, we just try to come and get the party started, to be honest. We just jam out. Songs get to playing. We know the songs. We start dancing, get everybody involved, and just trying to bring smiles to people. You know what I'm saying? They keep saying like our last show that we had when somebody was like, oh, how do you feel about the raids? And Black people are just kind of hands off. This is my hands off. I enjoy dancing. It brings so much peace to my life. And if we're going to get blown up by Iran, I'd rather be at a trail ride dancing than just sitting in the crib waiting for it to happen, So y'all will see a lot of that today. We're going to still talk our shit about Trump. You know what I'm saying? We're going to still talk our shit about ICE, fuck Trump, all that shit. But y'all just going to be able to see me live my life as well.
No, that's important. And I want for people to see that. In fact, let everybody know, how long have you been doing this? How long? I mean, when did y'all get started up? A little background on,
background. Okay. So yeah. I started, I just started dancing. I've been a dancer most of my life, but I started the stepping right. Oh Lord, they going in. I started stepping in January. I started with another group and it just didn't work out with them. And so then we kind of broke off and made our own group in March. So the 757 City Slide Steppers have been established since March of this year. And it's we practice. I coach 2 days out the week at a couple of different clubs out here because everybody's trying to learn it. I go into other states. We do competitions. We perform. But yeah, it's relatively new in Virginia. It's been way more kind of prominent in North Carolina, South Carolina, Texas at the rodeos. But yeah, just enjoying myself, dancing, stepping, doing my thug thizzle. So far, I think there's about 17 of us in my group. So we have 17 members. Ages range from barely, 21 all the way up to, I think one of our oldest members is 65, something like that. It's for everybody. Mm-hmm. Everybody included. We're all inclusive. And we just like to have fun, to be honest. Don't bring no drama.
Yeah, and I wanted to also throw in, when you said the rodeo, a lot of people don't realize You more than likely talking about the black rodeo because a lot of people don't even realize that there is a black rodeo, that there is a black kind of rural country scene, ranches
Yes,
and
it
stuff like
is.
that. My uncle used to take us out, and go feed the horses and the ponies and stuff like that. And so I grew up, I got to see a little bit of farm life here and there because when you're in Kansas City, you really only are at max about 20 minutes from a farm. There's
Yep.
farms all over the place. And so a lot of people get into this mindset of only thinking about the LAs, the New Yorks, and black people in those areas, Atlanta. They don't necessarily think about all these other areas where there are black people all the way up through Montana and Wyoming and all these places. And culture is brought there and community is brought there. And so I just wanted to throw that in.
Facts. I wish I knew how to turn my camera around. I don't know how to turn my camera around.
That's the problem that I ran into when I was out like filming stuff. I'm like, okay, so do I just turn my camera around or is there some way to switch
Yeah,
it
that's what
like
I'm
during
saying. Like,
live?
it's gonna make me mad because I want y'all to be able to see like how we got vendors and stuff, but I guess I'm just gonna have to selfie it.
Actually,
We
you
make
know
sure.
what? You know what? While people are still filing in, why don't you show them a little bit? Walk them around, give them a little tour.
Okay, so this is Cutter's Kitchen. That's Miss Cutter right there. She got rocket tacos. She got southern fried cabbage. She got the whole. Now she got fish frying in the back, and that's what I'm about to get because I'm a fish plate fanatic. So we got Cutter's Kitchen here. They're one of our vendors. She's also doing hats with hatches. This is my podcast. I'm showing on my podcast right now. So this is Cutter. Okay. Big Drip.
Yep.
This is Big Drip. 757 Drip. Custom shirts over here. Shenanigans. Hold on. Shenanigans. And Chardonnay. Chardonnay Co. We have makeup, hair care products, things for your locks, butters, oil, bonnets. Oh, that's and kids bonnets. Got them on this side. Coming down. Shady Girl. This is Shady Girl K. She's got all of it. Okay. Oh, and we got a travel agent over here. Journeys with Jazz. Okay. So you need help getting where you want to go. Okay. Let me see. Now we got over here. Hold on. Restore Your Health LLC. They're selling all of your holistic needs. Seriously selling all of your holistic needs. Like I'm about to come and get this because I need this myself. Okay.
Hey,
So we got tonic,
definitely
elixirs, you got every
make sure to
vitamin and
definitely get
mineral
her
you
card.
need. You got your teas, everything, black soap, everything you get, everything. Y'all got sour sop leaf. They even got sour sop leaf. That's how you know they legit.
Yeah, I'm gonna
And
need their
then let's
card.
see. Coming down here, we have Hello Raz Beauty Collection. This is it. Thank you.
And I try to use sustainable materials such as gemstone, glass, harnesses in the wire that you see here, my bangle, hand painted jewelry. I hand painted sleeves as well as some of these earrings that are down here. We got things in DIY.
All right. That's her logo. And then, what's up, Treats?
Cakes and S'more. This is my Instagram.
Cake some more.
Yeah,
Okay.
Cakes and S'more.
Cakes and s'more.
Got brownies and cookies.
She do it all, y'all.
Custom cake, decorate.
She do the whole nine. My favorite lady already. This a lemonade lady, y'all. She won't play, and she made sure that I didn't thirst to death. Okay, this a beautiful lemonade lady. Gypsy Tings. She has all flavored lemonades. I said peach. I didn't even know she had peach, and she had peach. Didn't even know she had blueberry. Getting that one next time. She got desserts and everything. Oh, peach cow. I gotta stop cussing. Oh, this is good. It's hard. I know. She done hit me with the daggone lemonade off the cup. Oh, hold on. And we got a bartender too. Sorry. Ma'am, this is one. This yours? Okay, this is our bartender. Traveling bartender. And now we about to be outside. Now it's finna get loud, y'all. And here's my group. Two. Now. Hey. How y'all on beat? How y'all on beat? Don't be on beat right now. This is my crew, y'all. Get in there, Jalen. I don't care if it's hot. Hey, Lex.
I got a pot for me.
That's Jalen with the big booty.
I can't get the kids. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, hold on. It's what we doing. Let that kick down. Down. Up. Then it's back. Open that. Kick right. Step through. Turn. Then it's right. Left. Right back. Then it's left. Right. Left back. Stop. Left back. Kick. Down. Up. Down. Up. Step. Step. Open step. Kick right. Step through. Turn. Step, turn, left, right, left. I know, right? I heard you, Lex. Y'all know that shit stop all abruptly and shit.
Hey, Till, make sure before the end, can you hear me?
Yes.
Make sure before we end this stream, I want you to make sure you get everybody's information. All of those business owners.
Oh, hell yeah.
All of those business vendors, and I want to be able to plug them on the show. So I want to be able to get everybody's information and what they're doing.
Okay, y'all about to really see me dance because this is one of my favorite songs right here. So y'all really about to see it now.
I want to get that, and then I will put that in I'll put that in a chat at the top of this video at the end. And also I want to make a post to get all of their different businesses and then what they do and their information.
Got you.
Okay. So going ahead, we're going to watch a little bit of Teal dancing. But I'll go ahead and get us back into the show because this is the end of Juneteenth, kind of like a Juneteenth weekend kind of ending. So there's still going to be some festivals and stuff going on because especially everybody didn't get to get involved in it during this week. Some people still had to work, even though it's a federal holiday. I was one of those people who had to work. But I also did a video pushing back on some different things that I heard, and I will talk about that a little bit later. As we watch Teal dance in the background and enjoy that. We have a couple special guests that'll be coming through. Travious will be joining us. He wanted to talk a little bit about the whole Iran, Israel, the bombing and FARDO and all those things like that. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. We are definitely going to talk about Mamdani a little bit. I'm not going to get into necessarily the political stuff about it, but I do want to talk about it a little bit. I see our brother Nature Boy out there in the building. What's up, Nature Boy? We do a little roll call check. See Uncle Warren is in the building, Kennedy's mom and Jeffers. Chris H. We see Yonina is in the building, Abundance Protocol. And Yeah, that's right. I mentioned Nature Boy, right? Or I don't know if I did or didn't, but yes, shout out to him and shout out to anybody else who's listening out there. So I kind of did want to definitely show off some of this, and I'm glad that Teal is showing this because I want people to be able to see, you know, more than us just sitting behind the screen, be able to see some of these things and get in touch with our personalities outside of this. Says just getting ready to start getting stuff done. Yeah, and there's just a couple of different things that I want to talk about. I want to kind of share my perspective on some of this stuff. Some of the stuff I'm just going to be reporting to you. It's just going to be like, you know, I mean, just calling balls and strikes, not really getting in there and doing commentary on necessarily everything. So we want to talk about a couple of different things. Says Lord Jamar. Let me put this on the screen. Oh, that's right. Let me add the comments. Wynn got a hold of it. But says Lord Jamar once said he never heard of Juneteenth, considering his time spent in Black conscious community. What are your thoughts? Well, my thoughts is it's more of a what I've come to see about Juneteenth, and it's been more of a regional thing. And that's one thing I like to explain about like the Black community as a whole, especially in America. It is regional. There are certain things that Black communities out in like Los Angeles or Long Beach, that's kind of unique to their cultural thing, and it's going to be a little bit different if you're talking to the Black community in North Carolina or in Texas or in New York or in Jersey. There are going to be some things that of course are similar experiences, especially going back throughout our previous generations, but there are going to be differences, especially up to modern day. And a lot of people where I grew up in Kansas City have family who are from Texas. So Texas, it's a huge, big deal. It's kind of funny that right where the camera sits, whatever. But let me just keep rolling. It's a big deal with people who live in Texas and who are coming up from that area, who got family from that area. I know some people are saying, you know, they have their different thoughts on it, and we'll get into that a little bit later. But I don't expect a New Yorker. I think Lord Jamar is New York. I don't expect for him to really understand that or view that. I've heard plenty of people who said that they didn't know about Juneteenth, and it's like I've always remember, and anybody who's from Kansas City, you'll know over at Swope Park Zoo, is always Juneteenth celebration, and they've been doing that as long as I can remember. And it's on the news and everything. So it's not something that's new for me and for people within my community. But it all depends on where you're from and where you grew up. Chris A says, man, I knew that what it had to do with, because Kurt Metzger was saying he never heard Black people say woke and it was a corporate creation. I was thinking the student is full of BS. That's not true either. It's all this stuff boils down to proximity and where you grow up. And woke has definitely been something that woke has been around for quite a long time within conscious communities. Just every Black person is not in conscious communities, and everything that goes on within the conscious community doesn't necessarily bubble out to the mainstream community. There's a lot of stuff within Black community that's almost like a subculture that if you're not a part of the community and you didn't grow up living in the community, you're not going to know about those stuff within the community. Just like anything else, I'm not going to know about stuff that's unique to Native American, certain, well, I won't even say Native American, I'll say certain Native American groups, because they're not all a monolith. All of them, they have their own different customs and cultures. The same thing with different immigrant groups. I'm not going to know stuff that some of these different immigrant groups have going on. So, I mean, it's all relative. Woke has been around, you say since the 70s. Actually, I want to say woke goes back even further than that. I want to say woke goes back almost like to the 50s or 60s. I think it goes back further to that. And I'm pretty sure somebody will correct me and say, no, there's references going all the way back to like the 40s. I know it had to do with them saying, be woke. You need to be paying attention to your surroundings more. And then had to do a lot with sundown towns and things like that. And many, many different things that went into woke. And somehow the right is turned woke into LGBTQ. and everything else that they just don't like. So I mean, well, you got to look at the people who are pushing and propagating this stuff. One thing I've noticed is that things spread a little bit more organically, I would say, on the so-called left. So-called left, and I'm talking about from left of center all the way to like so-called anarchists and well, even not that all anarchists are on the left, but I'll say okay to the communists. That would be probably the most left.
You
And
really play. So I gotta hold it for her. You know that's Monet's song. Sorry.
no, yeah, you good, you good. Yeah, woke has definitely been around a long time, and so a lot of these things have been around. And what I was saying about the people on the right, how it's not organic, is you'll have some random person who comes from nowhere, and next thing you know, they're on Charlie Kirk to Fox News to this and that. They just all of a sudden go through all of the right wing channels, and that's how all of it turns really quick to everybody with the same thing. Like you'll hear most of the people on the right, they all have the same rhetoric and doctrine. And well, not necessarily doctrine, but the same rhetoric, because it's all going through like a mass machine. They all pass each other's information all around, where it's not that connectivity the same. You might have that within like the MSNBC and CNN crowd, and then you have different layers where you have some of the bigger, the Midas Touch and people like that now who become like the new MSNBCs. But then you just have different layers and layers and layers and layers of people who will be so-called on the left, which are not all connected. You don't have somebody with 1,000 subscribers who is saying the same thing as somebody with 100,000 subscribers necessarily. And I mean, well, to some degree, yes and no, but on the right, you'll have somebody who's all the way down here with 100 followers to 1,000 followers to 100,000 to 1,000,000, all saying the same exact thing, almost like hive mind. And because, like I said, I believe it's more of a network. They all put somebody on one program, and then they all bounce around to all these programs, and then this one person becomes the thought leader for everybody. Well, we'll talk about him a little bit later. And I don't even know if that's the aspect I'm gonna go in talking about him, but I had a couple of stories that I wanted to hop to first before we get into the nitty gritty of most things. Where'd it go? This interesting story that I saw. It's always fun to say this city also because it has an interesting name. But I wanted to read this story, just bring attention, because everything doesn't always get attention. Yes, that's what it's starting to seem like, Nature Boy. So let me share this story, put it on the screen. But when I saw this, I was like, huh, interesting. Let's find it. There it goes. It disappeared. There we go. So it says Thai authorities defuse 4 bombs and fuck it, arrest suspects. I don't know. I like saying that word, fuck it. But police arrested 2 suspects in Thailand believed to have placed bombs at a tourist spot in fuck it on June 24th. On June 27th, police defused 4 explosive devices, including a motorcycle bomb near Phuket International Airport. The suspects are from southern Thai province of Pattani, and their motive remains unclear. Prime Minister, I'm not even going to try to say his name, has increased security and reassured tourists about safety. So if you're taking any traveling vacations to Thai or Thailand, just be aware of some of these things, especially if you're near the town of Phuket. So that's my little news breakdown that I wanted to share with you all. Shout out to I see Ruby has hopped into the building. I see Michael is here also. What's up, everybody? And let's see what other stories that I have. Yes. I don't know. It's a fun title to say. I don't know. I could be pronouncing this shit wrong for all I know, but it looks like it says fuck it. So that's what we're gonna go with. So I guess I can go on ahead and start moving into some other stories because I saw other things and it wasn't a lot of things that I really wanted to hop into. I see that you guys are talking about what's his name? Zohran, whatever. I can't remember. No, I'm pronouncing it right. Okay, cool. Let's bring up this post that I saw. And I don't really care. Like, I get people are talking about his politics. And his politics is not as much what I want to focus on. Although he does have some interesting stuff that he's talking about. So I'll show one of his tax policies he's proposing that he's getting a lot of heat for before something else that I've been seeing a lot and seeing a lot of threads on. Let's see, where is it at? So here's the story. Let me read it for you all. It says Zohran Mamdani proposes taxing whiter neighborhoods in NYC. A mayoral candidate in New York City proposed increasing property taxes for wealthier neighborhoods, calling it a soak the rich proposal. Mamdani aims to shift the tax burden from overtaxed homeowners to wealthier areas, stating that the current system is unfair. The New York Post reported that high-end properties are taxed less than homes in lower income areas, causing unfair burdens. Mamdani's proposal has faced backlash from conservative critics, including threats of investigation over the race-based taxation. Now, I don't know if he actually used the wording wider areas. I would prefer if he did that was not very wise. He would have just said to wealthier tax areas, which honestly, that's not a crazy thing. That's kind of what needs to happen. And that's what's always happened. It wasn't considered socialist back when they used to do it a long time ago. It's just the wealthy have had so much power in controlling the narrative that it's made it seem like everything that you do that tries to shift any kind of tax burden onto the wealthier and actually pay for the means of society, like what used to be done, is now socialist, communist, everything in the world bad. And I look at it like this. It's just a matter of what kind of society do you want to have? Do you want to have a society where the masses of people are struggling when you have a large chunk of the population that could help with that? A large portion of the population could and should be doing these things. And the reason why, I'll tell you why they should be doing these things, not just on some moral tip. A lot of these wealthier businesses, you do pay more money. You are costing the city itself more money because you're spending more money on trucks that are coming through. Those trucks are doing damage to the roads. That's more taxes that you should be paying on all of these different things to help the society as a whole. As you're paying more and more money for stuff, you're making everything, the inflation go up. You're making everything cost more. So you are becoming more of a burden on the people who are less fortunate, and you are causing inflation on those poor residents. So yes, morally, you should be trying to help these people, which you are causing, you're causing their cost of living to be worse. Also, many of these wealthy people, you have the money. You're acting as if like they're literally taking food out of your mouth. Many of these wealthy people have so much money, they don't even know what the hell they do with it. And they have more money than they're ever going to spend. So what makes more sense? Keep all that money and have to pay more money for security to protect you for when society collapses and the hungry masses around you start coming for what you have, or just pay a little bit extra in taxes, money that you're not even going to miss that can help the greater good. Now, I get it. There are a lot of people who their mindset is so absorbed in selfishness that they don't give a damn about anybody else, and screw them. But that's my perspective, and that's my take. So I wanted to share that first. I don't know, Till, did you hear any of that? If you wanted to jump in, because I was talking about Mamdani has a proposal about taxing the wealthier areas.
I mean, wouldn't that be reverse redlining? I think they deserve it. I'm just saying, like, but then again, is it wealthy whites? Because like you can tax all the white people you want to, but if you tax in the trailer parks, like,
no, it's a wealthy whites.
You know, but you get what I'm saying though. But like if you taxing, I mean,
most
it might
of
help
these
with
people,
some of that white guilt.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guarantee you, most of these people that would be hit would be most of the Manhattan crowd,
Yeah,
venture capitalists, a lot of these major CEOs. These are the people who are going to be hit more than anything. Some of the New York Hollywood crowd, you know, the people who are in the movies and Broadway, and these are the people who are going to be
but they'll
getting hit
find a
most.
loophole. And this is when hold on. Have we made it past 30 minutes? All right, we good. So this is they're going to find a Zionist loophole. That's my nice way of saying it. You know what I'm saying? JOOSE loophole on how to not have to pay that. I promise you,
Yeah.
they're going to find a loophole. And it sucks, but they're going to call a friend that happens to be one of them and ask them, how do we get a pocket ham loophole? You know what I'm saying? How do we get I get to wear a wig instead of showing my real hair as a Zionist woman loophole? You know what I'm saying? Like they're gonna find a loophole.
Well, I think this is no, sorry, go ahead.
No, and then it's gonna be non-existent. It's gonna be they're gonna find a way to hide their money so they don't have to, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna put themselves in a smaller tax bracket so they can't tax them. Like that's what I'm trying to get people to see. Like they've already manipulated the system enough to become these billionaires, millionaires, or whatever have you by not paying taxes. And then you're going to sit here and say, we're about to tax you. So then they're going to find a way to hide this money in the mattress.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and I don't think I don't even think they're there that he's going to get it.
He's going to make it anyway. Yeah.
I mean, I think he might get elected, but I don't think that that's going to pass. I think it's going to get shot down because the people who control New York City are those same millionaires and billionaires, and those politicians around him, the other city councilmen and all that, they're nixing all that stuff.
Nope. And everybody, and everybody in the chat, I feel the same way. Like, yeah, they're not even, if it even gets passed, it's going to be slim to none. It's not even going to last long. But then it's on the fact of like loopholes on top of loopholes. They're always going to find a loophole anyway. That's how they got where they're at now. And then it's going to break the system, and then it's going to be null and void. So it would have been a waste of our time to even vote on it.
It's funny. I want to put this one up that Nature Boy said, well, he just lost a little hat vote. I don't think he ever had that vote. He was never getting that vote being a Muslim, which I'm not even 100% sure that he's a Muslim. I saw him out with some sheiks also. So I personally don't know what his belief is. I know that I don't see any of them deciding to run with him any damn way. Unless we're talking about just an average, the average small hats, but we're talking about the movers and shakers who move New York. They not touching him with a 10-foot pole. That's the reason why Cuomo didn't drop out. I guess we lost Till. That's the reason why Cuomo is still keeping his name in the hat, because there are people who are funding him and keeping him in there. I see my cousin in the building. What's up? Oh, by the way, y'all, he dropped a new video. Make sure y'all go check it out. And if you don't remember, the name of his channel is Grow As We Go. So make sure y'all go and check that out and support.
Sorry about that. I hit too many back buttons.
You good? Let's see. I was trying to catch it. It's a whole lot of comments that I was behind on. But I see Rick is in the building. He says if he gets elected, if he gets it, let me just put this big. I can't see. if he gets elected, he's a real one. Jury's out there, jury's out, but if he is, they're going to stifle anything he tries. I agree. New York is one of those areas that's controlled by money, controlled by the big interests. And this system is not about any kind of change. And I honestly believe that at the detriment of the society, they are going to not pay anything and just watch this system just keep just tanking and getting worse and worse and worse. It's I've always thought it was so funny where people say make America great again. And economically, when America was at its greatest is when the wealthy were being taxed at a 90% rate. Because what they would do is they would take that money and invest it back into their employees. They would invest that money back into raises. They would invest that money back into a new equipment. And it also increased the productivity of Americans. It increased the quality of our goods. It increased it. That's when American had quality. You bought something made in America, you knew this was something you can stand behind, not some cheap bullshit.
Are we talking about the Trump phone? I need to give me one of them Trump iPhones.
I was talking about how American manufacturing, when these CEOs used to get taxed at a higher rate, they used to invest in their company and make quality shit. Now they don't want to pay anything and they ship everything off to China or Malaysia or Vietnam, wherever they can make it the cheapest. And it has what we call planned obsolescence.
Good job.
The stuff is made to break.
What's up, Shug? Oh, thank you, baby.
Yes, she wrote on Trump's phone.
Hey. Oh shit, sorry.
She having fun out there. I can't even be mad. I love it.
My bad, y'all. I got hype.
Oh, but, you good. I love it.
But no, I was talking about that T phone. I want that new Trump phone that he said is made in America. I think it's gonna make 3 calls and then blow up, some shit like that. You only get 3 outbound calls and then it blows up. Y'all finna set it off.
Only thing they making is for CIA. And make them a phone that'll probably cost, $400,000 per phone. But this is the part I didn't really want to get into really Mamdani's politics nearly as much. One thing I wanted to focus on, which I think is more the issue to pay attention to. Let me drop this down. The issue which I feel is important to get into. And I'm going to stay consistent with this. I've said this before. I'm going to stay consistent. It can't always be I only give a damn about stuff that affects me and issues that I care about. It can't always be only about what you care about. When people are cracking down on protesters, it doesn't matter if I agree with the protest or not. I can agree with them. I can disagree. When you get to the point when you start going against the whole idea of peaceful protest, and I'm saying peaceful protest, I'm not condoning any kind of like violence or any of that crazy stuff. What I'm saying is peaceful protest showing up, causing the civil disturbance, which that's something that is extremely American. That's something we've always done in this country. When you start going against that, when it becomes an issue that you care about, you're setting the stage for the government to be used against you. And I remember the time when, especially a lot of people on the right, when it was them cracking down Ruby Ridge and Waco and stuff like that, where people were outraged that they felt like, look at the government intruding on these people's property, intruding on these people's rights. Now, whether we go into what they were doing or not doing, there was a contingent of people. And I would say a lot of those same people who had a problem with that then don't have a problem with the government being heavy-handed now that it's being used against people you don't agree with. And I would say the same thing here. He put, bye-bye, little Muhammad. If you lied on your N400 naturalization form, you're going home. okay, duh. If anybody lied on their forms, then yes, they should go. But how do we know that this guy's lied on anything? This rush to want to denaturalize people, try to find ways to strip away people's citizenships. And like I said, again, because he's not even a communist. He's not a communist. This is one thing which I have to say this repeatedly. People on the right, MAGA, listen to me. There are many times where you guys are making sound arguments, where you're on point, where you're saying something where it doesn't give any wiggle room for anybody to play politics or do this or do that. And then you completely throw away all the ground which you gained by not understanding terms. Everybody who is to the left of you is not a communist. Learn what a communist is. Learn what a socialist is. Learn what a democratic is. Learn what these terms mean instead of just throwing them around. Because where you can grow ground with people who might agree with what you're talking about, you lose it the moment that you start saying crap like that is blatantly not true. This man is not a communist, not even close to it. But by calling him one, you lose credibility. And that is what happens over and over and over when I listen to certain conservatives. You completely, you gain credibility by throwing out legitimate things to bring up. And then you throw away your credibility right after that many times. And so your message stays within only people who are already agreeing with you to a degree, instead of reaching past that. And that should be the goal, that you reach other people outside of people who are just in your bubble. So reading through this and just some of the this leads to the argument of people who believe like that you guys are about illegal immigration just because it's illegal immigration and you want people to come in the right way. This starts coming across more like you just want to get rid of black and brown people. You want to get rid of non-Euro people. That's what it comes across as. Because when it's a situation with Melania where her paperwork's a little dodgy, ain't nobody saying get rid of Melania. Nobody ever says that referred to Elon Musk. Nobody is saying that towards anybody who is of Euro descent. It always seems to have to be somebody who's a Mexican or a Venezuelan or a Haitian or a Nigerian or Chinese. It's never Europeans. And this goes into that same argument which you would hear with Zionists. We'll have a video of a Israeli politician literally saying something clear and obvious. And then that Zionist will say, well, I still don't know if I could trust that this is and because you give no ground on something that is clear and obvious, you lose credibility. That's the reason why Zionists have no credibility. And in doing stuff like this, you guys are making the same argument and not understanding why you're getting the same results, why only people on the right are listening to you. When you some of these times you have a powerful argument, but you just undermine yourself. Oh, sorry. I went on a little bit of a tangent. Wasn't trying to go. So let me see what the chat is talking about while I was going on my little tangent. Naturalization is an unnatural term. And I think the U.S. conservatives hate protesting in general, but they were getting close during COVID. You could make an argument for that. I just find the problem with a lot of conservatives is there's so much hypocrisy in a lot of their arguments. And it's at least the Democrats, which I don't cape for the Democrats. I hate that I have to do this disclaimer all the time, but the Democrats are at least a little bit better at trying to pretend that they're not as hypocritical. Conservatives' hypocrisy is so blatant so many times. They will literally in one breath bitch and moan about what the Democrats are doing and turn right around and do the same damn thing. And then act as if they didn't. It's the hypocrisy that's so bad. And I don't rock with either one of these groups. I'm just from giving advice on like a consultant level. Just be better at your bullshit at least. Let's see. What are y'all saying? What is done to your adversaries? Let's put that on the screen. Talk about it. What is done to your adversaries in regard to the elimination of rights will one day be used against you, and that's all I'm trying to put out. You know, don't cut off your nose to spite your face. Very easy, and this is why the government does a lot of these things. They want to set a precedent. And so what they do is they prop up somebody or they manipulate somebody to do something that you don't like so that they can use it against you later. Just got to be smarter to understanding the tactics of your enemies. And when I say your enemies, I mean the people who are puppet stringing this government. Understand their tactics and motives because they are using them against you while getting you to cheerlead for them. Oh, send who's skanky? What are you talking about, babe? What are you send her skanky ass back? I don't know who that was in regards to. True, that's a lot of truth to that. I don't think MAGA cares who is legal versus illegal immigrants. In their minds, all immigrants are illegal. They don't seem to consider the immigrants doing things legally that are well. Here's something where I said that they have an actual real argument. The fact that somebody comes into this country illegally, that is actually a crime. You can't just say, well, I haven't committed any more crimes. You still committed a crime. Now, do I agree with the way the system is, and does the system make it easy for people to do it the right way? Hell no, it doesn't. So the whole thing is a hot mess. Let's see. Let's caught up. Let's get caught back up. Oh, Melania. Oh, you're talking about Melania. Yeah.
I'm back into you, dog.
Yeah, it's talking about. I was just going in a little bit about this whole, and it hasn't just been this congressman. It's been plenty of them. Oh shoot, we lost her. It's not a crime; it's a civil offense. At least that's what I understand. Correct. Thanks for the correction. It's a civil offense, which it's just a different form in the criminal code. But civil offense still that means warranted a ticket versus imprisonment. So it's still technically against the law.
What, being an immigrant?
Well, talking about coming into the country illegally.
True. But ain't it a federal offense to cross country lines without identifying yourself? Or is that civil too?
No, it's civil.
That's civil as well?
That's what you're actually breaking.
Okay.
That's the civil statute that you're actually breaking.
Gotcha.
Now, the moment you don't come to court or you ignore a court summons, now it becomes criminal.
Because now you got a capious out on you.
Exactly.
Gotcha. Failure to appear.
That's typically what happens, how it becomes criminal with a lot of the people. Because they don't show to court.
Child, y'all, it's hot.
Oh, I bet it is. What's the temp out there?
98. And
you don't know it's humid out there too.
Yeah, we about to be. Look, you know Virginia. I'm in Hampton.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'm out by Buckrow.
Mm-hmm.
And the HRBT. It is hot as balls right here. Like I really am thinking about getting right with God. I might need to really like sit down with him after this one because this is a hell of a summer.
Mm-hmm. This is an interesting one. I got to read this one too.
Okay.
Julia says here, the MAGA folks I found common ground with during the COVID insanity can't recognize it when their guy is just as bad when it comes to squashing our rights. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And they will, in one breath, throw all left into one bubble, not realizing a big chunk of people who were with them on a lot of this COVID stuff were so-called from the left. These same kind of like the people who y'all are calling communists and socialists are the very ones who are with y'all on the whole COVID stuff. It's like it's like y'all don't even get that there is a difference between people who are left of you. Like all of them are just all the same. Whereas you guys will lose your shit if somebody calls a neocon the same as MAGA. Which right now you actually are kind of becoming the same.
Yeah, I was about to say it's kind of hard to decipher between the two right about now.
Yeah, because y'all all cheering on war without thinking about it. In fact, that's a great topic to kind of roll into from there.
Are we going to segue to that?
Yes. I will talk about this so-called big beautiful bill. Actually, you know what? No, never mind. Just go into it. We'll let the show just flow however it flows.
Okay. Did Trump bomb fail? I mean, look, I'm gonna say my piece.
Oh, wait a minute. I forgot. That's the reason why I was gonna hold off on it. I'm waiting to see if Travious hops in. Travious, he hit me up particularly to talk about this. So I will hold off and I will wait. If I don't see him after this next segment, we're just gonna go into it.
Okay. All right.
All right. So next, I guess I will go in and I guess I'll throw in a little bit of videos now. I don't know if y'all saw that video that I did on Instagram. For those who follow me on Instagram, but it was a helicopter flying really low above head. It was so loud that I was on the phone with my mom and I couldn't even hear, and so I had to go outside. And I went out there and I got on my phone too late to start filming it. I mean, I got some of it, but he was like, "You're surrounded." Like the helicopter just kept flying around in circles over my area, and he's like, "You are surrounded. Come out with your hands up." This turned out to be a situation having to do with immigration. Now, the crazy part about it is this guy's not undocumented, but he got on the wrong side of the immigration. People got pissed at him because of like a fender bender that they had a week before, and so they decided to come in. Like, let me show y'all the video. Let me show y'all the video. Basically, what happened is, I believe the wife was driving. ICE, because they were going to some other area, they cut him off, swerved in front of him, slamming on the brakes. He hits the back of one of the ICE vehicles. Argument ensues. Another ICE officer tells him, "You can go about your way, go about your business." He leaves, and then they show up the next week. Like, let me just show y'all the video. I won't say anymore. I'll just show y'all the video. This is how they showed up. Keep in mind, this is not for somebody who is undocumented.
Breaking news now in Huntington Park, where federal agents forced their way into a home. NBC4's Lauren Coronado joins us live from the neighborhood. Lauren.
Annabelle, good morning. Jenny Ramirez and her boyfriend and kids live in this home. They're all U.S. citizens. She tells me a neighbor called her telling her Border Patrol was outside her home. She was frantic. She says she jumped out of bed. You can see she's actually in the bedroom where you now see shattered glass here. Her neighbor told her Border Patrol was outside. We're actually working to talk with Border Patrol to find out more about their role in this situation. But Jenny tells me she jumped out of bed with her 1-year-old kid to check on her 6-year-old, and then she heard a loud explosion.
I just heard the loudest blast in my life. I told him, you guys didn't have to do this. You guys scared my son, my baby, and myself. We were on the floor in the hallway. It was horrible.
visibly still shaken. I spoke with Jenny Ramirez about an hour and a half after federal agents forced their way into her home here on Flower Street in Highland Park a little after 6 a.m. Agents could be seen using what appeared to be explosive breaching equipment to get inside and even sent a drone in. Ramirez says nobody knocked, and before she knew it, at least 10 agents rushed into her home with several others around the perimeter. Ramirez says she was told they were looking for her boyfriend and that when she asked why, they wouldn't tell her. But she thinks it might be connected to a crash they were involved in the city of Bell last Friday.
It was not their fault. It was not their fault.
Ramirez and her family are in the black Jeep. She says they were in the area when an immigration raid started. They tried to leave. Ramirez says the blue truck carrying federal agents stopped sharply in front of them. Ramirez's boyfriend, who was driving the Jeep, tried to stop in time but hit the truck. The truck then reversed into Ramirez and her family. She says agents tried to take her boyfriend then, but eventually told them they were free to leave. Ramirez says she filed a police report and filed a claim with her insurance. And while she waits to find out what happens next, she has this message for those coordinating operations.
Please, just before you do anything, please make sure that the people are not getting hurt. There's children. There's innocent people. I know you're against criminals, but we are not criminals. Not the whole world is criminals. I'm just begging for mercy.
Damn, they raided the dog too.
Please let it end.
Damn, the dog got raided.
Now, I was with Ramirez this morning when her boyfriend called her. He told her that Border Patrol got a hold of him over the phone. They said he needs to turn himself in. He said he's not hiding. He's just trying to get a lawyer because he's fearful over what could happen next. Of course, this is very much a developing situation. We are reaching out to Border Patrol to find out more about this. We're going to be covering this throughout the day, and we'll keep you posted this afternoon at 3 p.m. Reporting live, I'm Lauren Coronado.
So yeah, that's the situation. Like some of the stuff that's going on out here, like it's getting like, did y'all really need to come to the house that deep?
Y'all sent a drone? Y'all sent a drone in the house?
Yeah, a
For
drone
what?
in the house.
For
Like,
what?
I
No
mean,
knock warrant? When was LA had no knock warrants? Y'all got no knock warrants?
no.
I thought not. That was a no knock warrant. How did
Yeah.
y'all get that? What did he break? What law did he break?
Because he's a Fed. Because they're Feds. They got.
They can do whatever the fuck they want to do.
Border
The feds can do
Patrol.
whatever they want to do.
They don't even have to show you identification.
Hey, I've been seeing that. I think that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Because anybody can impersonate these niggas. That's bullshit. That's bull. What did that man do to get a drone in his house, though? They blew up the whole front end of the house. What if the baby was sitting by the window trying to get some vitamin D? Boom,
Right.
baby dead. Baby dead, bro.
Right.
The dog, they raided the dog. Dog ain't had nothing to do with it. That's
Dude.
insane.
They
what
came
though?
in. They came in like this dude was a fucking cartel leader or something.
Bro, they did him dirtier. Yo, they did him dirtier than El Chapo. They did him dirtier than Diddy. They did him dirtier than R. Kelly. They did him dirtier than Epstein. They did him dirtier than the first time they got Trump for them charges. They did them, bro. I see Mike Tyson get taken in better than that. He was beating bitches up.
Exactly.
Okay. Only time I seen somebody, they took the shooter from South Carolina in easier than they took this motherfucker in.
Yeah.
George Zimmerman got some food on the way after he shot a black kid.
That's how they rolling out here, though. Like,
Jesus Christ.
like everybody was focused on the protests. A handful of people who were out there protesting, and while they were doing that, while they were putting all the attention on the protests and a couple of cars that got burned, and repeatedly kept showing that over and over and over on a loop from 50 different angles. This is what they were doing over the rest of the town. This is what's been actually going on. And so
y'all got some shit popping up over there.
What they're doing is if they even think you're undocumented, they're just grabbing you and we'll figure it out later. That's what's going on out here. So citizenship be damned. If we think you're illegal, we're coming at you like the SWAT team. I don't know. Till is muted, so I couldn't hear you. What'd you say? Oh, but let me see. I got another video I'm gonna share with y'all. Another video. I mean, I had a couple of things that I saw that has just been like blown away all week, just watching different things. Man, where is it at? I think I grabbed two of the same ones. I didn't grab the video that I wanted, but I there's videos of like ICE chasing people down the street, and it's been interesting. I mean, oh, that's the video I wanted to share with y'all. Let me find it real quick. Let's see, because where that crash happened at, was the city of Bell Gardens. Now they live in Huntington Park, which Huntington Park is a neighbor town to where I am. And I don't know how many of you are familiar with California, but like you can have a whole bunch of like LA has a bunch of different very small cities, like boom, 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 all next to each other. And so you could be in Huntington Park and see a police chopper, you know, that's right next to you and Cudahy. So that's the video I wanted to share with y'all. Hold on a sec. I guess I meant to find it on YouTube, but I guess Instagram will have to do. Let's show it, mute up. Goodness gracious. So many steps.
Times, right? We have to do everything we can to protect our residents. And if it means canceling our 4th of July festival, then so be it. It's my responsibility as mayor and as a council member to do everything I can to protect those that are the most vulnerable, regardless of citizenship, right? We have documented folks, undocumented. At the end of the day, what we're seeing on TV, what we're seeing on videos is just completely outrageous. It's frustrating. And honestly, something's got to be done. And unfortunately, we're not getting that accountability from the federal government.
Did you get any intelligence or thought that they were going to raid the 4th of July celebrations?
No, there's no communication at all, right? Between us as cities or the federal government. Really, it's not only Bell Gardens, it's Southeast LA as a whole, right? We have neighboring cities like Cudahy and Huntington Park that have just been overwhelmingly raided. Unfortunately, look at our Home Depots, Lowe's, car washes, you name it. They're going after our most vulnerable, right? Day laborers that I would say living paycheck to paycheck, but unfortunately that's not even the case because they're getting paid cash, right? So for them, it's literally about putting food on the table, putting a roof over their heads for their kids who are trying to a lot of times came to this country for a better life.
You know, the pushback from the federal government would say, if you guys weren't a sanctuary city or a sanctuary state, we could work with you. So why not help us and do some of this behind bars?
We've seen the attacks of the federal government on communities, on people like me, on our Latino community, our Mexican community. And honestly, it's unfortunate that this is the attitude and the way they decided to pursue this issue. What I would prefer, and a lot of other advocates would prefer, is let's see comprehensive immigration reform at the federal level, right? We've been on this issue for decades and still no progress has been made. I'd put it back on them and say, look, we have these folks that are here, right? Someone like my mother that came to this country undocumented, right? Who would one day hope to see her son as a mayor now of the great city of Bell Gardens. So I think there's a lot of folks like in this situation. And at the end of the day, we're contributing so much to this community, so much to the society, the economy, not to mention the taxes that we pay, because that's a common argument. They say, oh, well, they don't pay enough. They don't. The thing is, you look at the students in DACA, right? How many of our neighbors and residents, students that I went to school with, that unfortunately didn't have the same opportunities after school?
So it's not just the July 4th thing that's being impacted by this. You've got a series of events over a few different weeks. What are you looking at? What's your thinking?
As a council and the city manager, we're evaluating all options, right? We're looking at all the events. There's like summer school teachings that we have through our rec services department. Those are obviously overseen through staff. But we did cancel 2 movies and we canceled 1 concert. We're evaluating the situation between June 24th, which was earlier this week, and July 10th. So between now and then, we're going to see how things are. Chirla yesterday delivered some information in regards to the Rapid Response Network. And they showed that Huntington Park, they showed that Southgate, Commerce, and Bell Gardens were a hot spot when it came to these raids. So again, last thing any elected wants is to have their community be rated, especially on one of our events like the 4th of July.
What would you say to somebody who says it's unfair for somebody who is here legally, paying their taxes, wants to enjoy these celebrations, and are now having them canceled?
Yeah, I'd say, look, right now, it's my responsibility to ensure that everyone is safe. That's number one, right? For any elected, any mayor, any council member, the number one responsibility for all of us is public safety. And in this situation, we can't expect that from the federal government. In fact, we expect the opposite, because they're terrorizing our community. What I would say to those individuals is stay home, spend it with your family, look after one another. It's living in these times where it's so unexpected and just treacherous. I think we need to be amongst our family. And if we want to celebrate 4th of July alone with our community, with our family, we can certainly do that indoors.
And you mentioned Cudahy. We heard from the vice mayor of Cudahy, that video of her talking about potentially bringing out gang members. What's your reaction to that, or in terms of the proper way to respond to all this?
Yeah, it's difficult, right? I think there's members in the community, especially electeds, and amongst Southeast LA, SELA, as we like to call ourselves, right? We all know each other, right? We're consistently, our issues are relatively the same. Most of our communities are renters, people of color. So I understand where sometimes that frustration comes out, right? And I feel that maybe at times, in this case, the vice mayor might have spoken out of term. Maybe it wasn't the way it came out wasn't intended to properly. But really, to that point, we're seeing our communities attacked, right? And even in my city, like with Bell Gardens Police Department, we have our own police department, our own force, where if any resident has any issues, they call 911. They pick up the phone. Someone on dispatch can go ahead and deliver services. But even in this situation, we can't even rely on them, because the federal government is very difficult to work with. And if at any point our PDs tries to step in, we don't want to get the dispute obstruction of justice. Yeah. That's where it gets difficult for our cities.
And just real quickly to wrap up in 20 seconds or so, what is this like for you? I mean, you're a pretty young mayor, right? And just what this must feel like for you to be in this role in this moment.
It's a sense of responsibility. It's in part, it's unfortunate that my community, the city that saw me grow up, is going through this. It's things that I read about in school, right? Operation Wetback wasn't too long ago, and now we're going through it again, right? It's an attack to people like me, people in my community. And honestly, when we look down 10, 15, 20 years from now, we're going to say, who was there to stand up? And I want to make sure that I can be there for my community, be there for my city, and ensure that we have proper representation, while at the same time putting pressure on those in higher office, Congress, our U.S. Senator. I mean, we saw what happened to our U.S. Senator Alex Padilla, completely unacceptable. So we know that our community's rights are being violated, regardless if you're a citizen, because they're picking up anybody on the street just because of the way you look, right? Clear violation of people's rights.
Mayor Jorge Chavez, thank you so much for coming in.
And that's one of the points that I wanted to mainly hit on. I know there are a lot of people who are pro stopping illegal immigration. There are a lot of people on that front. But at this point, what they're doing is they're not going after, okay, we know that this person is definitely undocumented. They're just literally just grabbing anybody who's Hispanic. That's literally what they're doing in this area. Grab anybody who's Hispanic. And there are plenty of people who are being locked up in ICE facilities. Oh, shoot. Hold on a sec. There my boy is. I'll bring you up shortly. There are plenty of people who are being locked up in ICE facilities and then being released who did nothing wrong. So it's a very dystopian kind of situation for a lot of these people. All right. So we're bringing to the stage, we got our brother, Mr. Travious is in the building. What's up, bro?
What's up, everybody? What's going on, man? Sorry I'm late, bro.
No, you all good. In fact, I was like, we were about to talk about the segment. I was like, oh, hold on. Let me slow it up, because I know Trey. So I had to make sure to save it for Trey before we got into anything. Yes, Zula Moon. Yes, it was called Operation Wetback. Literally, that's what they was doing. So it got a little crazy for a minute. Yeah, and I know they're deporting all kinds of people, but I'm talking about just in this whole LA area. Anybody who some of them are Caribbean also. Anybody who looks Hispanic, hey, I don't care if you were born here. I don't care if your parents were born here. You better make sure you have paperwork on you. It's a dicey time, because out of those people who they sent to El Salvador, they sent a lot of people to El Salvador on gang terroristic stuff who were legal immigrants. Let me rephrase that. Who were legally in this country, whether legally immigrated, whether they were citizens, did nothing wrong. So they disappearing people the same way which the Bush administration and the Obama administration was doing, throwing people down there in in Guantanamo. The same thing. A lot of those people that they threw in Guantanamo were not terrorists, but they sat them there with no due process. And then okay, now 10, 15 years they
They picking on people, bro. Like, it makes no sense. I think me and you were having the conversation about, okay, so who's going to do the construction jobs? Who's going to do the landscaping? Like, no white American and a lot of black Americans, they're not going to do that work, bro. Everybody wants to be a podcaster, or they want to make their money easy. Nobody wants to build these buildings. Nobody wants to cut people's grass. Nobody wants to be in the fields. But these people have no problem doing it because they're trying to make some of these people are here just to try to make a better life for their families. For the ones who are here doing the killing and trying to act tough and bad, okay, let's get them. Let's send them back. Cool, no problem. Understand that. But there are God-given inalienable rights to every human on this planet, bro. And that is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I don't care if you're not an American. Those are just God-given rights, bro, that every person should have the right to do. I do not agree with how America has tried or attempted to handle these situations. You go back to World War II. They created camps for the Japanese. Like, what are you doing, bro? But you got yourself in these people's country, and they're not doing you like that. Like, come on, man. What are we doing? Like seriously, bro, what are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, it's getting crazy. It's getting crazy, and that's my thing. It's a couple of people I work with, which out here in the LA, in LA, a lot of people are tatted up like crazy. And you might have had, even like when we were growing up, you had people who had their little phase where they kind of wanted to hang around, the gangster people, and they wanted to act a little tough, but they really wasn't no gangsters or nothing. And then people grow out of that. They never got locked up or nothing. They grow out of that. They go get a normal job and they provide for their families. Well, you got a lot of these people out here who look all tatted up, gang affiliated, who they're just normal. They just work a normal 9-to-5 job. And ICE is probably going to be targeting some of these people who are citizens. Their parents are citizens. Their grandparents are citizens. And they might get thrown away in some dungeon somewhere just because they are perceived, oh, well, this tattoo could possibly be MS-13.
That's crazy. I watched that one about the dad of the family they got. And, man, I'm like, why? What was your purpose for? Like, he was headed to a grocery store to pick up something for his family, and you mess with this man.
Yeah.
Now months later, he's just now getting back home, and all he was trying to do was go pick up a gallon of milk to take home to his family. And now this man's back home months later. Like, come on, man, what are we doing?
And it took all this outcry. I mean, he might not have never came back. And this is tying into the point which I've been trying to tell people. It's not about whether you agree with this or not. You could be for mass deportations. You could be like, well, I don't care if you're legally here. If your parents came in illegally, then okay, that's a whole different argument. It's about how we're doing this. There's no due process being done. We're just rounding people up, Gestapo's like. And if you look into who the person who's pushing a lot of this stuff, this is Stephen Miller. You can't say that this isn't about racism and xenophobia if you know who the person is who's doing this, the person who's behind it. There's videos of this dude all the way back to high school where he had a deep disdain of all the Mexicans in California, as he said it. He got tired of seeing all these brown faces around him, and it angered him. And so now that he has the power to do something, that's what he's doing.
But big dog, here's my problem with him though, Morpheus, is California belongs to those people. So San Diego, San Jose, like, what are we doing, bro? Like, it pisses me off to the biggest point of no point of pistivity, brother, because everybody who is in the United States of America is an immigrant. I am not a racist by any point. Please forgive me, anybody who is white that is on this podcast. I am not a racist. I have white friends. But for the evil white people who think this is just their country and have no inkling about just human being people, you make me sick. I'm a United States veteran and you make me sick. It makes me sick to my stomach. Every last one of you need to get up out of here and leave people alone. They just want to come here and make a life for themselves. Who the hell do you think you are to say, oh, this is our country? You wear hoods, you hide, you're cowards, and I can't stand you.
Speak on it. That's how I feel. I mean, I'm like, it's so weird, the vitriol that some of these people have, especially when this is stolen land. Like, the whole continent is stolen.
The gall of them, Morpheus. Say it one more time. Say that S word one more time. They did what?
This is stolen land.
Amen.
So you're gonna steal some shit. Like, you stole the whole continent, and then this area in particular, you stole it. And this is modern history. This wasn't that long ago. Where, I mean, there are, like, I've met people from California who you would see as a Mexican. Their family has literally lived in the same spot. The only thing is the line on the border where it moved to. So, like, you had California that was its own, like, country for a half a minute. They called themselves Californians. They didn't call themselves Mexicans. They weren't Americans. They were Californians, its own country. And then that was taken, part of westward expansion. And then you want to boot more and more of these people out. It goes back to like even during Mexican. This reminds me a lot of the Mexican Repatriation Act, because a lot of Native Americans got swept up in those raids and got deported out of their own country because they were told that they're a Mexican, that they're not native to this country. And I mean, these were like, some of these people getting snatched up, like they just left the reservation for a little bit, went into town to go get some supplies, and on their way back, they get rounded up and get sent out of this country to some other random place that they've never been to before.
So look, we got a whole scope of stuff that we can bring up, Morpheus. Let's just go back to the movie Far and Away with Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman. You giving away land that don't belong to you.
Yeah.
Like, what do we like? Okay, or just call it your thieves. You're flat out thieves. For the Sambos who are in the U.S. government, like the general who had some nerve to say something about Mr. Ibrahim Traore. Get yourselves together, sir. That gentleman is doing what needs to be done, what should have been done centuries ago, with all these pale white faces exploiting the continent. So we're not tired of them exploiting us here in America. They destroy Black Wall Street, Rosewood. I don't know what else to give you. The Detroit riots, LA riots,
Chicago.
Zimmerman gets off of killing a 16, 17-year-old kid. The law doesn't work. We find out it doesn't work. Well, you people finally see that the law is garbage. Don't work. It ain't for us. It's for them. This whole system is for them. And we continue to try to play in their system. We can't do that. We got to get out of it and create our own system. You white people want this country so bad. Here's what you do. Book your little cruise boats. Let us pack our shit. And we'll go back to Africa because Abraham Defoe, he waiting on us. We got houses and land in Africa right now. He waiting on us. Let us go. You can have this if you want it just that bad. Because you guys are pieces of shit. If there was an alien race that was to come here and say, you know what? We're going to kill all of you. You can't buy in. We're not going to make friends. We're going to kill everybody and take your planet. I would hope that all of you racist sycophants would look at each other and go, oh, what are we going to do now? Because guess what? We're not going to fight with you because you don't like us. We're not going to fight with you. We're going to fight to keep our planet. Because I tell you what, ain't nobody coming to take this freedom, this air. You got to come get this. You want this? Come get it. And I got some hot for you, waiting on you. Like, let's just keep this thing real, man. You guys, you gotta get out of it. How is it that Israel strikes first, but now we're in the middle of it? Like, come on.
Hold on that one. Hold on that one before we get there.
I'll wait on that one. I'll wait on that.
I waited on you for that one. We'll hold on that one.
Okay, we waiting.
I got one more thing that I want to throw in with this whole another wrinkle to this immigration thing that makes it even more crazy. I know y'all have seen this story, but let me show a little bit of this real quick. This is this one is recently what we just found out here. And there's multiple people doing this in multiple ways. Let me show you this. I got two quick videos. This one is somebody that was found out here in California. I want to show y'all this first. Because I know you'll have those people are, well, just trust the system, and if you just do what you're supposed to do, then everything will work out fine.
The system is garbage. It's not real.
I agree. Check this out real quick.
Guns and stolen passports. Fox 7's Gina Silva live in Huntington Park with the latest on this one. Gina.
Alex, the arrest happened on Tuesday when officers noticed a vehicle illegally parked in a handicapped spot. When they took a closer look, they realized something was very wrong.
He did have the equipment and the capacity to victimize our community.
24-year-old Fernando Diaz of Los Angeles drove this Dodge Durango vehicle with no plates and equipped with police lights. Inside the vehicle, officers found handheld police-style radios, a firearm magazine, a semi-automatic weapon, and forged documents bearing the insignia of Homeland Security Investigations and U.S. Customs and Border Protection. That's why the Huntington Park police believe Diaz may have been impersonating an ICE or Border Patrol agent.
We have to believe that he either is involved in impersonating law enforcement officers or agents, or he is intent on impersonating law enforcement officers or agents.
Diaz was also found in possession of phones and passports that do not belong to him. And perhaps most alarming, his alleged criminal history.
The individual also has a prior arrest record related to human smuggling.
Human smuggling is a serious concern, especially among those who've sounded the alarm over masked federal agents making arrests without showing identification or warrants.
We cannot allow bad actors, whether they are rogue individuals or unauthorized impersonators, to exploit this confusion, to intimidate and extort our community.
Huntington Park Mayor Arturo Flores says the federal government needs to be more transparent. He believes agents conducting raids should at the very least provide a batch number to help ease the fears of those being detained.
Federal government has a responsibility to conduct responsible enforcement, lawful enforcement.
The Department of Homeland Security issued the following statement. When our heroic law enforcement officers conduct operations, they clearly identify themselves as law enforcement while wearing masks to protect themselves from being targeted by highly sophisticated gangs like Tren de Aragua and MS-13, criminal rings, murderers, and rapists. Attacks and demonization of our brave law enforcement is contributing to our officers now facing a 500% increase in assaults.
And I think that the narrative that it's for their protection is a cop-out.
As for Diaz, he told officers that he worked for CBP, Customs Border Protection. He said he worked for them in the past, but he couldn't provide any proof of that. There was also a warrant for a DUI. Alex?
Wow, what a story. So do we...
So I just wanted to throw that in there. Yeah, because this is one that's local. I've seen probably at least, I can say easily 10 other cases of like different people who are pretending to be ICE agents.
That's crazy, bro. That's insane. What's that? What are we accomplishing?
I mean, well, here's the thing. Some of these people who are like running from ICE agents, like you're seeing the videos that they're running. They're like, why are these people running? Because you don't know who any of these people are necessarily. You don't know for a fact that these are ICE agents that are showing up. You don't know that these aren't cartel members. You don't know they're not human traffickers. You don't know that, like, they had somebody in New York who just basically they went into their store and robbed them.
Damn.
So you have people, since ICE is not showing their face and not showing identification, you have people who are posing as ICE who are doing God knows whatever. So that's what I'm saying. That adds another wrinkle to the situation. Okay, let's say, for instance, all right, well, I get that my name could be, let's say Luis Hernandez, and there could be 15 Luis Hernandez in my area, but 3 of them are undocumented. Maybe it can just be a mistaken identity. Here, I'll show my paperwork, and oh, well, he's just going to detain me temporarily while he looks over my paperwork and lets me go. Well, what happens if now this dude takes the keys to your house and empties your wallet and leaves you there on the curb while he goes to your house and start going after your things? I mean, you don't know what these people are up to, or what happens if you're a woman and he decides, I'm gonna take you and I'm about to run you across the border and traffic you now. So, I mean, it's really dangerous out here with them just running up with masks and guns and stuff like that and saying, hop in the car.
Wild West, brother. Wild West.
That's what I'm saying. It's so I saw like that video that I posted about the mayor in Bell Garden saying that he's canceling the 4th of July, and the lady's in there like, this is disgraceful. My son is a veteran, and you need to have. If you don't know what's going on, and federal law enforcement is not being clear with the local people, and they're just doing whatever, why would you open yourself up for them to just run through grabbing anybody? Because now you got to worry about the fact that even if it is ICE, you might get deported to some random place on trumped up charges, or you might get locked away for a whole month just for them to be like, oh, well, our bad. Sorry, we had you locked up for no damn reason.
Now you're looking crazy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't know. You can't trust any of these people at this point.
The craziness, bro. The craziness. What, like, you growing up, we'd have never even thought we'd even be in a place like this. You know what I'm saying? Even talking about this as a subject. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I thought we were past it. I mean, I remember back to the days when it used to be like a joke, messed up joke, mind you, but people would run up and be like, La migra, la migra, la migra. And people would take off running and ha ha ha, that was funny. That was back to, like, I saw it brought up in the chat, and YouTube, I'm not saying this to be racist at all, putting my disclaimer out there. I'm saying this because this is what it was called. Operation Wetback, where they were literally going after people of Hispanic descent and deporting them right before Reagan did his whole, amnesty thing, and basically made, well, I think it was like 10 million undocumented people automatically citizens.
This thing is getting out of control, my brother. I don't get what you're doing. I just really don't get what you're doing. You're bringing, okay, so you're sending out undocumented, but yet I turn around and you're talking about my guy again over in Africa, and then you're bringing over white South Africans. I kind of tells me a story. If if you ask me, it kind of tells you everything you need to know about how they feel.
I mean, I want to. Where are the Canadians getting locked up?
They go home. Look what happened to Drake. We just send them back home. We send the Canadians back home.
Is Drake still even a story?
Child, he's trying to be relevant again, child, for real.
I thought Kendrick destroyed him and we were done.
Nope. He trying to revive it. He's
Last
trying.
I heard, he was at some young girl's concert. Yeah.
Ain't nobody stunned Drake.
Ain't nobody stunned Drake.
Kendrick done straight murdered him, sent him about his business. Look in the camera, say Drake.
I heard you like him young. Sorry, that's my favorite part too. That's one of my favorite parts.
Come on, man. You do that to a brother. Hey, you do that to a brother in a Super Bowl and look at the camera. Oh, your whole career over, son. You murdered.
Thank you.
You murdered.
Yeah,
that's all I be doing, y'all. I just be dancing. I be dancing my little life away because I ain't got time for the fuckery. Too much fuckery going on.
Yeah, what they doing with these immigrants? There's so much. America is like the evil people. I ain't gonna say America because it ain't all of us. It's just the ones who are evil and in control are pulling some crazy strings, man. They really are. Like this whole. I get it. If you want to send the ones who are causing problems, pulling guns on people, yeah, we want to send them home. We want them up out of here.
We all agree with that. Everybody agrees with that.
All are on that. But the way you going about it
is not it.
No bueno. No bueno.
Chris H said this here.
No bueno.
Chris H said this here. He says we got to talk about how NAFTA effed up Mexico creating mass immigration. It's not just NAFTA. It's all of our foreign policies around the world. I mean, the reason why there's all that xenophobia. Oh shoot, we lost Teal. She'll probably pop back in. The reason why we have mass immigration into Europe is because of what we've been doing in the Middle East. The reason why we got. I mean, you put sanctions on Venezuela for like 30 years. You don't think there's going to be a whole lot of Venezuelans leaving that country? I mean, come on.
Hey Morpheus, let me ask a question now. You said something about xenophobia. Mm-hmm. Is it really xenophobia? Because I mean, if this dude can just come over here and a special session happen that we don't know about, that he can just make everybody pop up. I mean, is it really xenophobia, or are they really in charge like that? That's really where we're at right now.
If you asking me, I definitely believe that little tiny country over there is running this big country. Like people call us the big Satan and that's the little Satan. Yeah. No, it's the other way around.
It really isn't. They've been running us for years on the sneaky sneak. For real.
But the people who were here, and we have to go back to World War I and Operation Paperclip. And even with that, you go back and you think about and everybody saw this movie. Everybody watched it. You actually can use Captain America 1 and 2 because you can watch what they did. They put it right in your face. They showed you Operation Paperclip, how they brought all those German scientists and people over here. But also in the movie, they showed you how those people never lost their agendas. They were still working their agendas while inside helping, looking like they were helping, but really pushing their agendas and doing what they needed to do to get their agenda up. And that is not a falsity or just in a movie. That stuff is happening for real.
Well, I tell people all the time, I mean, you can see how most of this stuff, they put it in our faces in the movies. And like, I always look to that scene where he's on the screen and he's talking about Hydra. And he's talking about how Hydra is run, and he literally does go back. He literally brings up Operation Paperclip in the movie. Yep. Like, I was like, wow, they really put it out in front of our faces. And I've been seeing. For me, I don't even know how to react to it. Part of me is like really happy. Part of me is, you know, a little jealous. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little jealous that some of these bigger accounts are getting, you know, everybody, they're looking to some of these people to hear their takes on it. And it's like, yo, I've been over here talking about this way before all of y'all.
Yep.
I've been talking about this for literally like 5 years.
Yep. Literally.
And now it's all these other people who they're having all, and I don't get invited to the party. I mean, but at least everybody else is waking up. I mean, that's the overall objective, right? You know, the overall objective is for people to finally wake up and people to finally see what the hell's going on. Now, personally, my little inside ego, which we all have a little bit of ego, you want to be invited, you want to be like, yo, I was trying to tell y'all this shit. Y'all acting like I wasn't saying nothing. And the crazy part about it is when I say, like, some of the people that I'm referring to loosely, it's not like it's people who don't know about me, or don't know I exist, or don't know I've been talking about this stuff. Some of the very people who have these conversations I'm not included in, they know I've been talking about this. That's the part. That's like if one of your friends don't invite you to the party.
Right. Yeah, that just let me know where we stand.
Exactly. So it's funny. Somebody earlier was like, "Oh, Till set up the booty cam." I can't even say nothing. But I was gonna go into I wanted to bring up.
She still got the booty shorts on. It must be hot out there.
Oh, she said it's 98.
Oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
Lord have mercy. Yeah, hot out that though.
So
wow. That's Florida weather.
I guess
that's that Florida weather, boy. But see, where she at, they probably ain't got that breeze.
No. Well, she's
near
Hampton area.
Oh, she good. Yeah, just because that's the ocean right there. She good. She getting a little something.
Yeah. Well, Michael, if you're able to get that set up, then cool. I've talked to Nick, and he was like, "Yeah, we'll set something up," but we just never have. Let's see. Oh, let me show y'all this one video because this is tied into kind of. Hey Trey, I think we got a little echo in here.
What? Yeah.
Here, so I'm just gonna pause you briefly.
All right.
So, I'm gonna try to set the. I'm gonna show y'all this one video. I did a TikTok the other day, because, you know, with seeing Till out there, it's reminding me of Juneteenth and all this stuff like that. And I've heard a whole bunch of conservatives like really just getting all pissed off about Juneteenth and aggravated. And so I wanted to talk about it just a little bit. And so I figured I would do that. And I want to hear y'all viewpoint on it. Oh, I figured that probably drop from Rumble at some point. But because I think that Steve is probably gonna set something else up. So if I don't drop from Rumble, I might be on BitChute or one of the other ones. I don't know. But Chris, not Chris, but Steve, he'll pop in here and he'll probably give me a heads up what's going on. So apologies for anybody who's on the Rumble side who's having issues. Or I don't know, it could be a technical difficulties. I don't know. We'll see. But let me share this video that I did. And I kind of want to hear people in the chat. I want to hear you guys' viewpoint on it. And Trey, I want to hear what you have to say on it also. So let me put this on the screen. This is the video that I did. Oh, shit.
On the right concerning Juneteenth.
Hello, everybody. I hopped on because I wanted to speak on some of the different stuff that I've seen, especially coming from the right concerning Juneteenth. And first off, I want to say that I am not somebody who is trying to defend Democrats. I'm not somebody who I don't believe in the two-party system, period. Um, and we could always get into my issues and views. If you want to respond in the comments and you want to ask and talk about it, that's fine. That's cool. But my issue is every time there's something to do with some kind of a black holiday in particular, there has to be, some kind of conservative pushback against some kind of black issue. And this one just happens to be Juneteenth right now. They bring up how, well, Republicans, we're the party that stopped slavery. But yet, when we try to celebrate the ending of slavery for all enslaved people in America, you as Republicans have a problem with it. Whether that's the I'm going to work today, I don't want this federal holiday, where that's a form of a protest, showing your disgust or disdain for it. Or you have the people who try to play this whole we're all united Americans, we already have our independence, when that's a lie. We wouldn't have had basically Emancipation Proclamation and all those different things if we were all equally free. And that kind of dismissal of people who were enslaved people who were not freed during so-called Independence Day. So this, I don't give what people from the right are trying to do. If you're from the right and you really believe in trying to forge this so-called unity in America that is transracial, that breaks down barriers from country to city and yada yada yada, whatever. If that's you and you're watching this video, then explain to me, how does this help? Always coming, with antagonism towards anything celebrating anything having to do with black people being liberated from slavery. How does that help bring more people to seeing the right as compassionate in any kind of way? What it seems like to me is, it seems like trolling for trolling's sake and just being assholes, to be honest. You can say it's whatever it is, but it's just like you're looking for a reason to just be an ass. You don't have to celebrate the holiday. I grew up in a city, in Kansas City, where it was celebrated quite widely and openly. It was a normal thing. So it was kind of surreal to me when it became a holiday. But let's keep in mind, let's not let Biden or Democrats off the hook. The only reason why Juneteenth is an actual holiday, let's be honest about it, is because they didn't want to actually do anything as far as helping black people. That way, that gets you completely off the hook about reparations or anything like that, which I know most of you conservatives don't support that either. So look at it like this. Reparations was a half measure, not even close to a half measure. It was a gesture that you guys get to benefit from too by being off work. In fact, by being off, by some of us being off work, some of you guys who own businesses, that might be patronage to your business. So I don't even, your antagonism and you going against it doesn't make sense to me in any kind of way, except for you're just being an ass to be an ass. Also, another thing that I would say is, how does this help you supposedly court in black voters? If you guys feel like, oh, well, you need to get off the Democratic plantation, how does this help when all you guys show is that you have disdain and aggression towards us? So if somebody can explain that, I mean, I won't keep going on and on because I've seen multiple videos. I've seen the Charlie Kirks, I'm going to work today, and other conservatives. I've seen other people talk about that, oh, they have a problem with a little bit of wording. Oh, well, they called it like an Independence Day, and getting to be in your bonnet about that kind of stuff. But for conservatives who feel like, yes, we are the party that is accepting and we will help you where the Democrats have failed you, can you show that? Because typically what we see is most of the time like a proverbial middle finger to us and aggression towards us when you guys always love to scream out, we were the party that got rid of slavery. Okay, well, show us that you're inviting and welcoming in any kind of other ways, except for trying to go back to more than 200 years ago. Show us something now. Show us every time that there's a race issue, you guys don't put it off on, oh, well, they're criminals and this and that, or more than likely he's probably guilty. You guys don't show that you're kind of side with us on anything. You show a level of disdain under the surface of most of your comments, whether you're saying it openly or not. So you're not conveying any sense of this unity or that you want us on our side or that it's going to be beneficial for us. What you actually show us is that we are a token that you're trying to manipulate. So if you're a conservative and that's not what you're trying to put out, then please respond to this video. If you got other frustrations and you feel like there's other stuff that you like to add onto this, please stitch this and add on what you would say back to your response to the people on the right and their antagonism towards stuff like Juneteenth or other Black holidays. Thank you. So what's your thoughts on that? What's your thoughts on that video?
I couldn't agree more with everything that you said, bro. Like I honestly, it's so crazy. You even brought up the reparations, and like you said, it would benefit everybody. Like we would be patrons to your business. Obviously, we like to shop and buy stuff, so we're going to spend that money. We're going to buy houses. We're going to buy cars, things like that. But then we're going to do other stuff with the money too. But it's like, instead of you saying, all right, man, we did that. Our people in the past did a lot to these people. Even now, there's still towns that we can't go in, bro, after 6 o'clock. Like, what are we like? Come on, man. Like, I talk to Jamaicans and Haitians and stuff all the time. And, they say, we're lazy and this and that. I'm like, bro, you have no idea what we've had to go through for you to even get here. You and all your elite, even what's going on now with the ICE, it's all falls on the same thing. Like, none of you guys would be like doing what you, if it wasn't for us and going through what we went through. Even I even feel bad for the Chinese people. They helped build the railroad, and then look what they did to those people. Threw those people off of cliffs. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Come on, man. What are we doing? Like, I totally agree, bro. That whole Democratic Republican bull, man. Listen, two sides of the same coin. Honestly, bro, I'll be honest with you and everybody on this chat, I didn't even vote. You know why? Neither one of them were worth my vote. Neither one of them. You people got to stop it, man. When you're voting, the evil people who really control this planet, the Rothschilds, the people who have all the money. Let's just keep it 100. All right. The Fed is not a real bank. It is a privately owned bank, and the Rothschilds own it. Okay. All this stuff is to put money in their families' pockets and the pockets of their friends. All right. What's going on now? We ain't gotten to it yet, but you just gotta see the Maybelline, man. You gotta wipe off the coverall and the cover girl, and just see underneath the Maybelline, man, and see what these people are doing. It's all to line their pockets. Nobody else is eating anything. You're telling me you can't give the people in your country this, that, and the third, but there are homeless veterans, there's homeless people, and there shouldn't be. There's plenty of food. Publix and these grocery stores who make food, they throw stuff away all the time when they could bag that stuff up and put it in a thing and give it to the homeless people who are hungry. I mean, right. But again, back to the video, not getting off the topic. Dead on 100%. They want to give us nothing, bro, but take everything. And it's sickening, from two veteran brothers who saw it firsthand in their military, not just in the movies. The Denzel Washington movie where you get the Sambo brother. He's changed up. He on their side now. Again, all you Sambos, you riding with them in their system. You're trying to play the game in their system. Never going to work for us. Never going to work for us. You have a problem with us celebrating the fact that we have some independence. You have a problem. Man, listen, they got a problem with the first country to get independence, and they're still having issues. They won't give them people back their money. And them people went and helped other people get free. So, they're just never gonna give us our fair due, bro. We fight for it, we work for it. We do our due diligence, we go to their colleges, we sign their paperwork, we get their credit, we're Social Security, driver, we do everything to try to be by the book, most people. There is a book that there's right and wrong. We all know it. We all have a moral compass that says this is right, this is wrong. Okay. So, being in their system, playing the game, them not respecting, Juneteenth. We get a month for Black, history. But even that, it's, we get the pushback. But why? For what? Your people are immigrants too. What are we doing? We're all here to try to make a life, to try to make something better than what we had before. And it's hard to do that when you got hater-raters who are like, oh, I don't want to see him happy. But you do your own thing. Focus on you. You got your own business. You got your own thing your own families and things. You're like, focus on that. Why are you worried about me over here? I'm 500 yards away from you, your house over here, but you worried about me cutting my grass. Stop it, bro. Go cut your own grass, prune your own trees. You got your own worries. You have your own worries, people. You Democrats, you Republicans, it's sickening. It is so sickening for two veterans to have to sit here and have these conversations. The commercial with Snoop Dogg and Tom Brady, the 100, it's sickening. It is sickening. I have some really good. I love these brothers. They're like my brothers, and they're white. We love each other, man. Stop it, bro. There's no excuse, man. I agree so much with you, bro. It sickens and it hurts my heart because you can come together to give Ukraine and Israel money, but you can't come together to celebrate the people who helped you build this country up to where it is.
Yeah. Here, I'm gonna mute you real quick. But it's always kind of blows my mind. It's I just honestly, I've gotten to the point with the whole idea of the political matrix is the search for truth, whether it's a convenient truth or an inconvenient truth. I mean, I just rather know, if you were dating a woman and the woman is I really preferred your friend. You want to know that so you could just move on. No dude wants to be just stuck in the friend zone, right? So wouldn't you rather know she's not interested, she's never going to be interested, just move on.
You don't want to get caught where y'all dating and then cheat the friend and you catch them. You don't want to get caught like that.
Right. And that's the situation here. If you don't and I know this is not all people on the right. They're definitely not, because I know plenty of people who, especially many libertarians, that they don't fall into this. I do say that maybe some of their viewpoints are kind of blinded, but I don't believe they have an outright disdain for Black people or anything like that. I don't. I just think that maybe some of they're little misguided and don't understand how some of this connective tissues connect. And what I'm saying is that there are the people who are more towards the right who do outright hate, and there's people on the left too. Now, here's the thing about it: the people on the left, we already know who they are. We can see it. They're not even. They're so clumsy with it that it's. And I don't even really feel like the people on the left hate us. I feel like the people on the left, they feel this like almost like a parental kind of, ownership of black people, in a sense of, well, we need to do this to help them because they can't help themselves. And that's where I feel like it comes from them. It's more of a control aspect, and that we're going to look out for them because they've kind of helped us, but we still need to guide them in the proper direction. Whereas the people on the right, there is a large contingent of people on the right who outright hates us. I just hate the fact that they try to pretend that's not real, or the ones who aren't the ones who hate us, who run cover for the ones who do hate us and pretend, oh no, there's no racist conservatives. I mean, yeah, you yourself, you might not be. You might not be.
I want to go back to the part you said about I'd say about 10 seconds. I'm gonna reverse.
Sure, go for it.
Where you said they look at us and be like, they need a little bit more guidance, and like, who are you to say what we need? You know us. You part of us to tell us what we need. Who are you? That's just like, I watched this clip on YouTube where the movie actor guy playing Shaka Zulu is talking to the Colonel guy, and he's asking him, and the guy goes, maybe we could live together here. And he said, live together here. He said, how would we live? Would it be white Zulu, white Zulu? And how would we live? Would your people come to, how would we do this? He said, well, we would learn and grow, and my people would come to learn the needs and things of your people, and you people would learn and come to learn the stuff that needs of my people. And he said, well, what if your people never learn to know the needs of my people? Would they come to love this land so much that they wouldn't leave and go home? And then in the end, who would be considered African? Your people or my people? And look where we are right now. That movie was made years ago, and what played then is full front face center now for all of us to see. What is that? What are he saying in this Chris H? One thing I see is the people on the left are willing to come to terms with and acknowledge the abuse and the legacy of what happened to Black people. They are not afraid of the truth. Some. I will agree with some, but again, remember who we're dealing with and what we're dealing with. We have those ones who were abolitionists who were on our side. So that's not going to change because a lot of them mess with us. That's not going to change. A lot of them they have a card. They got that card because they got it blessed from their homie or whoever they got around them was like, here, you official, you got one. We all know that card that we hand out. You know what I'm saying? And it's got to be agreed upon by the nation. So there's ain't but a few got one. Yep. But just saying that, yes, there are those ones, but then again, remembering who you're dealing with, what you're dealing with, and how they're taught. There's a lot of them that don't rock. Again, I point out Exhibit A, there are still towns in the South that Black people can't be in after 6. Exhibit A. Let's just stop it right there. How does that exist in today's culture?
And I would say, what party lines did those people line up on? You love to talk about the Democrats were doing this and this and this. But the same people who were those sundown towns, which way do they vote now? I mean, and I'll tell you the reason why a lot of those people, those Democrats, going to what Chris H said, the reason why a lot of them are perfectly fine with admitting the legacy of this stuff, because they can just point the finger and blame it all on the other side, because that's what they do. See, it was them conservatives. Remember when the conservatives switched parties? It's the conservatives that were doing that. And back when the conservatives were the Dixiecrats, while ignoring the fact of, yeah, when you escaped from the South and got away from the Dixiecrats, you still ran into all those forms of racisms in Chicago and New York and Kansas City and Cleveland and Detroit and all these other cities. You still ran into all of it. Now, it was done a little bit differently, but you still ran into it. So it wasn't the left did this, the right did this. This was modus operandi of America at that time. So this whole trying to put it off on one party or the other, it makes me laugh every time I hear it.
The only people who didn't go through that were people who said, you know what, I'm going to go further north than that. They went to Canada. Those people were in the Royal Navy, Air Force. They built and they didn't go through any of that. And it still is today in Canada. There's not that racism. It don't exist like that. And I've got Canadian friends. Let me tell you something. They be looking to come down to see a brother and hang out. Miss me when they don't see me. So I know for a fact that there are those that it don't play in like that. But dealing with who you're dealing with and knowing what we know, though that number is very slim as opposed to the one that opposes.
Well, Trey, since you're already cooking, let's go on ahead and hop off that, because we've already talked about ICE. We went on this subject, and there is one more subject now. If our other special guest is able to make it, I know that I kind of didn't confirm everything with them, but we will see. And if she can make it, then we'll get into the next subject after that. But Trey hit me up earlier in the week, and us being two veterans, to kind of look at and really think about this whole Iran-Israel thing. Now, I know me and Till, we've talked about it a little bit, and I would say that because I made a TikTok about this also, and I don't know if in the chat y'all let me know if y'all want to see it or not. If y'all don't, I won't even worry about it, because that one's a little longer. That one's like 10 minutes. It's pretty close to 10 minutes. Or what I'll do is I can drop it in the chat if y'all want to see that one. Or actually, you know what? I'm not gonna do all that. Y'all just go to my damn TikTok and y'all go subscribe to my TikTok, and y'all see other stuff that I talk about in there that I don't talk about on here. But anyway, I want to talk to Trey on this, because what I said in that TikTok, paraphrasing some of the points I made, is you got to look at the administration you're dealing with. Just like when I hear some of the conspiracy theories or conspiracy facts or conspiracy truths, the one thing which I feel like people are disconnected from is I think there's too much credit given to the people who are in power. There's too much intelligence given to these people. For instance, do y'all really think like their goal was to be in Iraq and Afghanistan for 20 years, 30 years? That wasn't the goal. That really wasn't. They really thought this shit was going to be easy. And part of the point which I make, because I'm setting it up for you, T. But the point that I make is that the higher you move up the chain in the military in particular, the more you get disconnected from how things operate on the ground, the more you get tied into politics. And the further you get away from that stuff, you don't think about the actual minutia and actions of how things need to actually precipitate, how they need to move. And so when you do that, you start thinking that Iraq is still the same country that you were dealing with back in the 70s. You start thinking that China is still as, technologically behind as it was in the 80s. Yeah, you're seeing all the intel, but you just don't believe it. And it's the same thing I see with a lot of these Zionists, these Israelis. In their mind, because they've been told Israel is so great and it's so moral and it's doing such a good job. All of this evidence that contradicts that, they emotionally can't accept it. Meaning, I know Rev 2:9 and Rev 3:9 talks about them being liars. But part of that lie sometimes is a lie to self. They're lying to themselves. That's part of why they can't accept. That's part of why they lie to us, because they genuinely believe the lies. And some of the worst liars, that's part of the problem. You've accepted the lie so totally that it's not you trying to be deceptive to somebody else. You genuinely believe the bullshit. And that's what happens with a lot of these people. So I vehemently believe that the intel that Israel gave the United States on all of these different locations they plan to hit was inaccurate. And some of that just because of arrogance, because they've been able to sneak into that country and launch terrorism attacks all over the place and take out people. They might have had knowledge on where these people are located to do these assassination attempts or where certain facilities are. But I also believe there's a whole lot of facilities that they don't know exist and they don't know full capabilities, and stuff is getting moved around and they're not able to stay up to date. Also, as more of their people who are embedded deep undercover get busted, some of that information gets twisted. Sometimes somebody is playing a game and letting you believe a certain thing so that they can trick you. And so I believe that, yes, the Trump administration, when they did these strikes, they failed. And part of why they failed is because you had generals who have been promised something from Lockheed Martin, who have been promised something from, Boeing, who have been promised stuff from all these weapon manufacturers that they were going to do this. And here's the thing about it, being somebody who comes from the weapons field, a lot of this stuff is theoretical. What you think it's going to do. You know what it's going to be done, test it upon this. You don't know once you apply it to all these other things, what's going to happen. Also, I think you don't know what's in those facilities underground. You don't know if they're just right there. You don't know if it tunnels 5 miles somewhere else. So where you drop this directly into that shaft, you don't know exactly what the capabilities of what you think you did. People say, oh, well, you saw the couple of days before they were moving all that material. How do you know that that's not a ruse also? And that whole thing is kept intact, and they're just going to enter it from a different location and still keep on moving things. There's so many things you don't know about this and can't know about this. And so I know I've said a whole lot. I did a long little monologue, but I'm going to hand it off to you, T. What do you think on all this?
Well, first things first, let's just start it off. America, let's not defend yeah, they're our ally, but they attacked first. They punched them in the mouth first. So a bully said, okay, you calling them the bully, but they didn't attack you. They didn't punch you. They didn't kick you. They minding their business. And you go and say, okay, I'm the bully now. You punch them and you expect them just to sit back and say, okay, I'm not going to do nothing. No, that's not what's going to happen. We can't continue to defend bullyism. We just can't do that, man. You get us caught up in mess that we don't need to get caught up in. They did get the invite from BRICS. We don't know if they accepted it or not. China and Russia are both speaking up on Iran's behalf. I don't know if you've seen that. I just think that America, again, we have our own problems right here at home. Let's deal with what we got going on before we try to police the world. Leave people alone. Again, 100% do not agree with what the Zionists are trying to pull. hope they do not pull us into a world war. I think that they should really, really think about what they're doing, man. I think they're moving off of, like you said, a power trip, and over there, it's always been about the controlling the oil. You know, even though they get oil from other places, but controlling the oil, controlling the money, the gold. You know, just trying to be in control, aka power. I just think that we need to be cognizant and mindful of the actions of the administration, and let's call them when we need to call them. Don't let them pull us into something that is unnecessary.
Hold on 1 second, put a pin in that. I want you to keep cooking, but I want to bring to the stage friend of the show, Sebs Solomon. So
Hello. Hi. So sorry. I'm late. I'm still driving, so that's why I'm not on camera. But
no, you're
hello,
good.
everyone.
No, you're good. We're talking a little bit about Israel, Iran, and I got Trey talking about it and going to his thoughts. But I just wanted to bring you up to the stage real quick. Let them know you're here. I definitely got that video queued up that we talked about earlier in the week, and so I ain't told y'all about this yet, but we're gonna have a fun little treat that I want to get into, and Sebs is gonna guide you guys all through it. And for those who are new to the show, or not new to the show, but have been watching the show and haven't seen when I've had Seb on, Seb is a wealth of knowledge and always fun to have her on. And we have little chats here and there, even though we're not on camera, you know. So I always enjoy my chats with Sebs, and so glad she could join us. All right, but Trey,
Thank you, Marcus. Thank you. That's the nicest thing you ever said about me. Thank you. I'm just kidding.
All right, so Trey, back to you, my brother. Sorry for interrupting.
All good, man. But yeah, that Iran Israel thing, man, is really crazy. You know how people are reacting to it when Israel's the one that attacked. You know, so let's keep it in context, everyone, that Iran is not the bully here. They didn't attack Israel. They didn't go in and try to take out their stuff. Israel attacked their bases and then came to us and was like, hey, we hit them. Are you going to back us? Or they already had the backing, and they, you know, the orange guy was like, yeah, you know, do what you do. Literally, it's kind of what he said. And Arafat, I can't even say it, Nahu, however you say his name, you know, just was like, yeah, let's just take these facilities out. And Iran for years, and they're still saying, hey, those were not like nuclear bomb sites. We're trying to develop power, you know, clean power. Even though nuclear energy creates the waste, it's still, you know what I'm saying? I have caught them in a fat-faced lie. That attack that happened on the Abraham Lincoln that they said supposedly happened. Well, the attack happened. It just didn't happen with the Abraham. It happened with a destroyer. So, you know, they said it didn't happen, but then they came back and said it did happen. You see what I'm saying? And so you catch them in the.
Are you talking about the Liberty?
Is it the Liberty, the destroyer? Yeah. Liberty? Yeah. See, my boy knows what I'm talking about. That's why I brought it up. But remember, they said it was the Abraham, but then said it didn't happen. And then the guy did the press release and was like, well, this did happen, but it happened to the destroyer. I was like, well, what do you? So first you say it didn't happen. Now it did, but it happened to not the Abraham, but so you catch them in little lies like that, and it makes you think, hey, man, listen, you got to be careful when listening to the stuff that they say, because in what they're saying, there might be some truth, but there's some lie in there too. Because don't caught them in a fat-faced lie. So you just got to be careful when they come to back telling you, hey, this is what happened, and then some stuff pop off, and now we caught up in the middle of this crap. You know what I'm saying? And no, we just no.
We'll see
We'll see the whole reason.
the whole reason why they've enriched uranium up to 60% is for one reason and one reason alone. It's to be a deterrent. They're like, yo, we're not going to keep nuclear weapons, but what we'll do is we'll put it up to the threshold just to make you nervous that we can. But they're not actually. And here's the thing: you have different types of nukes that you can drop, right? So they're talking about, oh well, they get the stuff that they took out there, the plutonium that they took out, not plutonium, but uranium that they took out was enough enriched uranium that they can make like 9 nuclear bombs. This is the reason why they can get away with saying this, and this is how I know the media is full of it. The media has experts who I know have told them this, what I'm about to tell you guys, and I say it in that TikTok video. Enriched uranium, if you were going to make a bomb out of it, you would have to make the type of bomb that we made during World War II. You would have to make the ones that were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And what that is a giant, large payload type bomb that you would need giant destroyers the size of a B-2, which in our case we use the B-52. The B-52, which we use, is a heavy payload delivery system. You need something that's going to have to be able to carry a very large weapon. If you were building a uranium bomb, the thing would be massive. You would see them loading this up. You would see them getting planes. There's no way of dropping this really quick and sneaky. Now, the gun type nuke, which people talk about, that is made from plutonium, which that can be, small and moved around and be fitted for a warhead to be launched ballistically. Uranium, plutonium are not the same thing. So when they're enriching all this uranium, that's not the same as plutonium. I know in the movies they show you guys or whatever, and they talk about yellow cake, and they're moving this around, doing that. They are intentionally deceiving you because the two things operate extremely differently. So it's just like and they're doing this on purpose because Israel has wanted to go into Iran for God knows how long. Now, if they would have been able to get into Iran at the time when Bibi Netanyahu wanted to get it, this goes back to, remember me telling you about generals when they're at a certain level, when they were that lieutenant who was down in the nitty gritty, and now they've moved on up. Now they're general. The further you get away from that, because as you start becoming a general, you're dealing with leadership. You're not dealing with intel on weapons and stuff like that and capabilities. You're hearing somebody give you a report, and you're trusting in this person giving you a report. You're not doing any of this research on your own anymore. And so if you get a faulty report, now you're looking silly. And from somebody who's had to deal with intel, they get a lot of shit wrong. Now, if you have a Bibi Netanyahu who thinks back to the 70s when he's wanted to attack them since then, and then up into the 80s, their capabilities then, the U.S. could have just, one strike could have completely obliterated everything, but not now. After they watched what happened in Iraq, what they did is they made sure to build their facilities so far, so deep up under compacted mountainous region that even these even the bombs which they used, which were 30,000 pound bunker busters, they weren't effective enough. And when I say 30,000, this is 30,000 pounds. That's how heavy each one of these are, and they dropped like 12 of them. And for those who don't understand how this bomb works, it's basically a hardened steel exterior that's meant to drive deep into soil. Once it's cracked that hole, then explosives blow from inside of there, basically shape charges. And what their goal was is to hit a nail with another nail, with another nail, and another nail to keep pounding and pounding and pounding deeper down to drive down to this one specific spot. Well, here's the problem. If you're driving down into the wrong spot, it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter if you're nailing the wrong spot over and over and over. And that's what I argue that they did. Now, do I think they did it because Trump didn't know what he was doing? Do I think that they did it because they were intentionally trying to fake everybody out? No, I think that they didn't know what they were doing. They didn't know exactly where they were hitting. They were going off of Israel's intelligence, which was faulty. And because they had already doubled down and tripled down on it, they had to try to sell it for something that it was not. And then once Iran is like, well, see, this is them talking to their own people. Well, they didn't really hit anything. They didn't really destroy anything. We don't really want to have a war with United States. I mean, granted, we can hit them. We can do some damage to them. But we're going to take a lot of damage also. We could hit Israel back right now and just give them a show that, yo, we can really touch you if we want to. So hopefully this will work as a deterrent to keep Israel off our back and they'll stop with this stupid shit. But we also got to send a message back to the U.S. that, hey, remember, we can hit your people over here too. And so the reason why they did that attack over into Qatar was to say, yo, I can hit you. I'm not going to hit you. I'm going to give you a warning, but I'm just letting you know we can do this. And so that's a way of them trying to respond, because if they do no response, that's a good way to get yourself cooled. The people will be so furious with you that you didn't respond to the United States and Israel. Oh, well, you're too weak of a leader. You got to go. So they got to do something, but they don't want to do anything to escalate the war. So that was their response back. So for these people who are like, oh, this just seems like WWF and oh, the US, they did a fake attack and then they did a fake attack. That's not what's going on. Piss poor intelligence happened on one end for a futile attack, which I'm pretty sure even people told them that it's not a guarantee that this is going to work. We've never really did this before. But they were like, just do it. We'll sell it. It looks like a victory. We look strong. And then the other side, there has to be a retaliation. So sorry I went on a long rant and spiel, but hopefully I explained out some of that. I don't know, whoever wanted to jump in.
Yeah, that was good. That was good info right there. Like, most people don't know the difference between plutonium and uranium. They don't understand, how much you need of which one to do what and what is, needed for this or that. Most people have no understanding of that, but me and you do, because of where we've been, and understanding the games that these people play, how they manipulate with their, fake news. And say things, like I said earlier, we literally caught them in a lie and mislead people to say this is what's happening, but that's not really what happened. You're not really giving me the truth because you don't really want me to know. Because if I did know, then I'd be like, hey man, I'm not rolling with this. But even not knowing the truth and just knowing what I know, I'm not rolling with it because it ain't making sense.
Now, this is something I'll say back. Let me put this on the screen. Says Carl Zaz says he questions if they even use bunker busters. Maybe they just use cruise missiles. The craters are the wrong sizes, I guess. No, what he's saying is the reason why he believes that they probably didn't use bunker busters because he expected a lot more damage. Well, the thing is, they targeted it all into the same repeated strikes in the same spot. Their goal was to close the air shafts. And I give it to the Air Force, the accuracy of those pilots, how they were able to drop those from such a high altitude repeatedly over and over and over and over is amazing. I mean, it's amazing the targeting that they were able to do. I just argue that their intel was wrong and they bombed the wrong spot. And the reason why I can tell you that they were not cruise missiles. Cruise missiles don't penetrate. Not into, I mean, we got to think about the surface that we're talking about. We're talking about a mountain. And we're talking about reinforced concrete going down probably easily probably, you know, what, 50, 100 feet under a mountain. That's no, you're not, a cruise missile is doing nothing to that surface. And also we got to factor in how much harder, this isn't just like, you know, I know some people have been in mountains, but they don't realize there's a difference in types of mountains. There are mountains which are mostly just gravel and dirt. There are ones which are a lot of roots and things like that, deep roots of heavy tree branches, because there are some which have trees in them, and there are some which are basically just rock. Some are just hard rock, and that's what you're dealing with in Iran. You're dealing with a very, very, very hard surface, and cruise missiles are not doing damage to that at all.
Yes,
So
I think
that's
they're
what
called Monadnock Mountains. They're like special. Yeah, so it's like all full rock versus. Actually, I was driving through what is it? India mountains that are made of like basic trees, or they look like they're made of trees in Pennsylvania earlier. So it's just
exactly. Thank you,
but yeah, the
because
rock
I'm
ones
like,
are very different. Yeah.
No. Elaborate more on that, because I don't think people get that, and even somebody like Carl Zah, who's very knowledgeable in a lot of subjects, may not understand that either.
Yeah, it's just different landscapes, right? It's different geoformations. Like there's just a way that things end up. Like there's different types of mountains. And that's how you have different scenes. But in Pennsylvania, it's very green, right? So a lot of the mountains, there's literally trees growing out of them. Like, and they're high up. Like, and you're driving around, like you see these mountains surrounding you the entire way, like through the Poconos, whatever it is. Anyway, but it's all trees. Like you said, they're deeply rooted versus like a rock mountain, like which is solid, you know.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah. And even those I'll say this real quick and I'll give it to you, Trey. Even those deeply rooted trees, because of the way they grow, those roots overtwine over each other. And if you're able to build under that, that still gives you a certain amount of protection over just a typical mountain, which you'll see. Like when you start looking at like the Grand Canyon, for instance, the Grand Canyon is a perfect example. That's all rock that you're hitting. That's not like the Appalachians, which the Appalachians are very like dirt. And then you start getting into like Pennsylvania, like Sebs was talking about, those are trees. And so you got to look at the differences in all these different places. Just like if you look at, say, like where I was at in Italy, Mount Etna, which is an active volcano, as it erupts, it's that molten lava that comes out is creating a hardened encrust surface. And so all of these surface types make a difference. But that's what I was going to say. Sorry. Oh, you can go ahead, Trey.
Well, I just want to go into, we're talking about the rock. So let's just all be adults on this stream and just let's agree that experience is the greatest teacher in life. Okay. So if you've ever been to the West, you'll notice that is not the same as you go up to the rock, you know, the Rocky Mountain, the Appalachians, Smokies, and you see, yeah, there's some tree, but there's dirt mixed with rock. West, it's a lot of rock. It ain't dirt. It's more sand than dirt. Very dry. And that's kind of what the Middle East is like. It's kind of like West. It's very dry. It's more sand than dirt. It's rocky, very rocky. It's not like if you see like in Pennsylvania, I've driven up in those mountains too. Like you see very stony sides. Like it's not it's not like dirt that you can dig. No, you're gonna need a jackhammer to get into that mountain because it's rock, it's solid, and you see those slopes. So that's kind of what the Middle East is like. It's very rocky, very solid earth. It ain't loosey goosey. So, like he was telling you with that cruise missile ain't doing nothing to that. It's going to do something to a UAV. It'll hurt a tank, but it ain't doing nothing to that ground where they're more than 1,000 feet underneath the ground. It ain't doing nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I spent time doing cruise missile buildup, and there's particular targets that you launch on. So it makes a difference. It makes a difference which targets you're launching on, which ordnance you're using. And when we're talking about a GBU 57, and now granted, you have other types of GBUs, which those are the bunker busters we're talking about. Like these things are literally just casted in full encrusted just iron. That's what these things are made of, and a explosive charge is put inside of it, and it's a directional. The reason, like when I said earlier, a shape charge is built so the explosion goes a certain way. So that's the reason why I was like the holes don't look. Possibly the holes look the wrong size. It's because imagine like when you talk about rounds or bullets, you have armor piercing, and even within armor piercing, you can have different types of rounds. You can have incendiary rounds. You can have I'm blanking on other types. You have armor piercing, you have incendiary, you have you have explosive rounds. You have all of these different types of rounds that do certain things. And when you have a shape charge, a perfect example is like looking at my mic. My mic has different settings, and I can direct my mic so it only picks up when I speak right here. The mic can pick up all the stuff to the sides. Mic can possibly pick up stuff that's directly behind me. And so it's the same thing with that shape charge. A shape charge will have a cone-shaped direction where it's facing out towards, so all the explosion goes that way. And it's a concentrated explosion because it keeps all because of its forcing it one direction and it's not blowing outward. It has more concussion force one direction. That's how it's designed that way, so it will drill down. Where other like explosives are different. It all matters how you use them. Like I was explaining to somebody not that long ago, because my primary job going into the military, my rating for, because Navy is called rating, other ones have MOS. And my job was a torpedo man. As a torpedo man, torpedoes do not actually even hit the targets. A torpedo blows up below a ship or near a ship, and the concussive force that happens, it vacuums out all of the it vacuums that water out and creates almost like a giant fist in the ground. And by lifting that ship up, it punches it down onto that void that's been created, and that's how you create the hole in the side of the ship and starts to flood the ship. Some ordnance is laser guided, where it has to follow on a certain signature. Some follow heat signatures, and so it makes a difference on what these different things are used for. And you never use a cruise missile on trying to launch on an underground facility. It would just be a huge waste of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars for no reason. Not saying GBUs are cheap either, but when you start getting into all these different ordnance on launching on anything more than just a small vehicle or transport carrier, that starts to get more and more expensive when trying to destroy a major underground facility. Sorry if I'm talking too much, or if I'm boring y'all with all my Navy lingo and terminology.
They ain't bored me. They need to hear it, man. They need to hear the truth. They need to know what's going on and how this thing is playing out, and how this is going to affect their lives and affect them. Because it is going to affect, it's going to affect the dollar. It's going to affect everything if this thing goes down. I've been reading things about a ceasefire and stuff like that, but little stuff is still happening. So,
I heard something. It's kind of funny to me because I heard a content creator, Kim Iverson, and Kim Iverson, when she's talking to somebody, and basically they're saying that their machines are showing models that we possibly will be entering the World War III, possibly heading into it the end of this year, possibly running into 2026 and 2027. Her question was, how is it going to affect the economy? And I'm like, oh, so you think this is like just going to cause a little bit of inflation and things like that, and you don't really think you're going to feel that much of an effect on it? I get it. And it makes sense to me because mostly everybody, when they think of world wars, they think of World War I, World War II. Those happened in Europe for the most part. Little parts of North Africa, in the Asian theater. But for the most part, it was not affecting America. So Americans don't see how that's going to affect them versus, oh, my gas prices will go up a little bit and I won't be able to buy as much stuff on Amazon. Maybe I'll eat a couple of meals at home. They don't get that this is going to be a much bigger deal than what they think. And yeah, I've been blabbing my mouth. Teal is there, so I want to hear Teal's thoughts on. I've said a whole lot. What you got, Teal?
I just now started being able to hear you, bro. My bad.
I'm sorry.
All right, so basically, it's going to be such a big deal to the point you got to just go back and watch what happened in 1 and 2.
Oh Lord, I know what you're talking about.
We built and created more of our own stuff. You see that a lot of that stuff is coming back now. It's a hint already happening. You just don't understand the huge wheel that war creates. What you saw with Iraq, that really wasn't war. It was, but it wasn't. Because a lot of you guys just sat here and watched it on the TV. You didn't go through it. Me and my brother went through it, so you don't understand it. It is a huge deal as far as economics is concerned. You guys got to go back. If you've been on this channel for a while, we go back to the BRICS conversation, and I brought it up earlier. Iran did receive an invitation. I don't know if they accepted. Nobody knows what happened between those people. But the fact that China and both Russia are speaking up for those people tells you a lot. You can't ignore that. You got to pay that close attention. They are friends. And I bring up and I hint to you that they did receive an invite for BRICS. Okay. BRICS is the whole thing. We know the dollar going down, them creating their own money and getting off of SWIFT. We all know about that whole thing, right? That's why a lot of this is going on. It's a power money grab thing. And America's trying to make sure they keep their hand in the pot, in the cookie jar.
Now that I know what we're talking about, I know exactly what we're talking about. So my entire thesis on this is, one, I've been looking at this from a really different objective viewpoint that's not any different than anybody else's. It's just extra, in my opinion, because there's so much Hollywood in this. And I'm just saying, taking this aback, I'm a theater kid. My mom was a theater person too. I just see like the smoke screen sometimes, and we have reality TV Trump in charge of our country. We have action movie star, you know what I'm saying, in charge of Ukraine, you know what I'm saying? And then we got some real niggas, which is like Putin, you know what I'm saying, China, Korea. We got some real motherfuckers that's on some like old school dynasty shit. You know what I'm saying? Like some off with your head type of shit. Some we might bring the guillotine back type shit. Okay. And then we have these wild ass individuals just representing us in a Hollywood type fashion. So this whole time I was thinking this, my point of view about how that whole strike went. I do feel like on the cusp of like, you know what I'm saying, day late, dollar short or whatever have you. But immediately I was like, damn, what if this is on some like, I'm not gonna fall for the banana in the tailpipe trick. You get what I'm saying? Like, what if it was that? What if it was that this whole time? And we over here looking at the left hand, we're not even seeing what the fuck the right hand is doing. And the right hand is slow key getting us into a deal that's gonna fuck us. And I'm just looking for, that's what I'm looking for. I guess that's where I'm at. I can't really put all of my say onto what that was until that other shoe falls. And I hate to say it, I'm going to be on some like, I told you so. I can't tell you what the fuck the shoe is going to be, but I know it's going to be another shoe falling that's going to go coincide with this fuckery that we're seeing right here. You know what I'm saying? And it just, this whole thing, how the news is taking it. How Iran was like, aha, got you. They hit us with the Jurassic Park. Try again. You get what I'm saying? Like, think of all the ways and clips that we've seen where art imitates life, where we can pull and say, this is what the fuck they're doing. They're doing the banana in the tailpipe trick. And everybody's going to be like, what? Not America. Oh, we over there. We're getting them. What? Both of my parents went through Desert Storm, okay? Marine Corps kid, okay? Both of them went. They both went overseas, saw a little bit of time, and came back in the 90s, okay? Back when they was just setting oil on fire and Jarhead was actually depicting what the fuck was going on over there type shit. You feel me? Like, I'm the product of those niggas. Them niggas is crazy. They like low-key on the cusp of Agent Orange, in my opinion. They came back a little fucked up because they probably saw that they were over there seeing people die for no fucking reason.
Yeah.
For no fucking reason.
Well, the whole thing was a setup, H. The whole thing was a setup, right? You just said it. Yeah. And we listen, you go back and look at every war from the Korean, Vietnam, there's a lie in there that got it started.
Okay, and I don't know if I brought this, I think I brought this up a couple episodes ago. I went to the African American Museum a couple of times before they started getting rid of shit. Okay, when you go through the war section at the very top level, first off, it's shaped like a ship. If you ever want to hear my breakdown of it, please go watch my Blunt Force Wisdom episode. I'll try to connect it to this one, but I broke down the entire museum. It's a wild piece of shit. But anyway, the third floor goes all of the Black Americans that were prominent, Purple Hearts, full list, accolades, for every war, bro. I'm talking about Spanish American. You know what I'm saying? Like shit you shouldn't even be able to find. When it gets to Desert Storm, when it gets to the 90s, nothing. And I'm talking about they have floor to ceiling as placards. Vietnam War this year. This war is when all the way down to the fucking floor. 8 feet tall, but that one's missing. I have a video. I have to pin it, but I have a video of why I was like, why the fuck they ain't talking about that one? Nothing at all. Nothing.
Because they can't tell you what was really happening.
Exactly. Them niggas is lying.
I know. I can tell you a big part of what was happening that they don't want to talk about.
Wait, let me just finish this one thought. You're telling me now one motherfucker got one artifact from the 90s, bro. I got my mom's jacket from New Jack Swing. Fuck you talking about? You ain't got one person that had an Alcalade in 95. Nobody in 98 got a Purple Heart. No niggas got Purple Hearts in 98. That really, come on now. I'm just saying. Go ahead.
Like I'll reference it to a quick movie. Y'all remember the movie Three Kings?
You just stole the thought right out of my head.
Yep. Look back to the movie Three Kings if y'all don't know. In fact, Trey, go ahead, elaborate for them. What is Three Kings about?
Man, listen. Them boys, they weren't just over there. They was over there robbing them people, man. Gold, oil, all types of stuff. America just over there being a big bully to that little country because of Kuwait and just really just bullying them people, taking them people gold bars, all types of stuff in that movie, man. And that is not, again, they put stuff in the movie that make you think it ain't real. And believe me, they got the okay from the top, the CIA, to put that movie out. Look it up. Shadows, Blue Mountain, they all up in there. They have to get the okay from them people to put that stuff out. So,
Yep.
Yep.
The only thing they did was they pretended that it was some rogue troops that did it on their own, and that they didn't steal this for the government. That's the only thing that I would say that, oh, where they twisted it up. Because the government definitely took a whole lot of money, a whole lot of gold.
I just watched this show where these Union soldiers hid about 10.5 million worth of gold today. This father and son found it, told the government. The government during the night took their machines and shit and went and dug it up while them boys was asleep. And the boys came back the next day and they was like, yeah, we ain't find nothing. And the people who lived there were like, yeah, they had big trucks moving shit out. They was like, they definitely found something. Come on, man. The government is so full of it.
I mean, I know
Eminent domain is one of the wildest scams.
Yep. I know
Like
people who was doing that. So.
Yeah, I know people that had to deal with that shit. Like that is one of the wildest things is the eminent domain. So like, don't tell me the government ain't full of shit. Peace out, lumberjack. Don't tell me that the government ain't full of shit when they got eminent domain. They tell you you get to buy this piece of land. This your shit. This your piece of land. That's your shit. On a piece of paper, black and white, the shit that they pay attention to. They tell you that shit. But if they feel like they want to, I don't know, widen the road or put something through your house, them motherfuckers can say, hey, it's ours again. What the fuck?
Yeah, nature, if you don't have a allodial title, it ain't yours. You must have a allodial title for it to be yours.
Eminent domain is crazy.
Allodial title nicks out eminent domain. You must have a allodial title to anything that you really want to own.
Well, another thing I would say, I want to throw this to you, Trey. I don't know if you've seen this because I don't know what's on paperwork as far as bricks, but one thing I could tell you is Iran sends China about 80% of their oil, and there's been drone technology going back and forth from Russia and China. So for those people who also say that BRICS is only a financial partnership, that's not accurate either. Because once you start messing with people's finances, war is coming. So it is not a financial, arrangement only. It's a wartime arrangement. Ask yourself why North Korea is involved in there. What the hell is North Korea really adding to the equation? They're a strategic military alliance. That's what they are. And right now, they're literally sending in ground troops into Ukraine. So anybody who thinks Iran that's what I'm saying. You're going to press Iran only so much. And then you're going to pull in China and Russia. Now, I heard people say, oh, well, I don't know. China has this whole 100-year model and every 20 years, whatever. They can't afford to lose all of that oil because the moment they do, they're put back 200 years. Now, I get it that they're patient and they have these long plans, but they cannot be nuked all the way back to the bottom floor. They will not allow that. Now, will they necessarily lace up with the full might of their military? No, but they are not going silently into the night while you just screw over their oil reserves. That's not about to happen. And then Russia ain't going to keep losing either.
Not just their oil reserves, one of their partners.
Yeah. Russia's not going to keep having their bases being bombed either. With that, because they have bases in Iran. So let's just keep that involved. Turkey, I see you, Nina. Turkey, I'm going to wait on Turkey and see, because I know people want to do one thing, but I know what their leader is about. And many of those leaders over there are going to do a lot of hot air and do a lot of talking. I wanted to answer a couple of these comments because this is what I want to push back, slightly push back. It says from how Iran just possibly blinked, I'm not sure the axis of resistance is willing to allow World War III to happen. It's not about allowing World War III to happen. Sometimes when you're dealing with a situation of a fight, you're not always in control of if you're going to get into this fight or not. Sometimes somebody's going to keep pushing it until you have to defend yourself. And I do believe the West is going to keep pushing. Perfect example, if you look at the mentality of these neocons, perfect example, the biggest neocon that's on TV right now, Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan, if you look at his framing on the way he sees all this stuff, it's very neocon. I need to punch you in the face, make you back down, and then we can talk. Without thinking, if you punch somebody in the face, their reaction is to punch you back in the face, and it escalates. Everybody just doesn't ball up into a corner and turn into a little bitch. I mean, and like he was making, like, I also want to hear y'all takes on this because I think it's insane what he believes. He believes that if Russia used a tactical nuke in Ukraine, the United States would nuke him. And I'm like, you do realize if the United States nuked him, then the United States will get nuked. You think the United States is going to risk getting nuked over Ukraine? You're insane. But this man believes that. And then another thing, I'll respond to this one, and then I'll hand it over to you guys. It says there is a prepper named Canadian Prepper, which I'm very familiar with. He thinks the U.S. is still capable of potentially putting together a defense industry if need be. I don't know how much I believe it. I don't know how much I believe that you would. The way America is so capitalist minded, I'd have a hard time buying that. But yeah, that's my thoughts. But yes, back to
you have those ones that would. Remember, we got the Sambos in the military. We see it all the time, doggy. They definitely would. But I believe that the military complex would kick back in like it did in World War I and II. I truly believe that, like the manufacturing, because there's so many people who are with it.
Yeah, but you would literally have to have. You'd have to have. Oh, hold on a second. You would have to have most American corporations, the ones who still have any kind of manufacturing, to shut down everything. Do you really see like what Jeep and Chrysler and Ford all shutting down to be production for Lockheed Martin or something? Because that's what would have to happen. Like
they did it before.
Not exactly. See, before what?
Go back to the history, brother. They tell you, it shows you what they did with the factories, how they built the Jeeps, and how the Jeep became a prevalent vehicle in what, World War I or II?
Yeah.
Like they tell us, they show us in their history, they show us, doggy. I'm just saying.
I hear what you're saying, but the reason why I push back is because now BAE what was it? BAE Allied, I can't remember what they're called. You have Lockheed Martin, you have all of these different weapons manufacturers. These other companies would have to find some way to share profits, and they're not doing this they're not doing this shit for free, basically is what I'm saying. In order for them to have to do that, or the government would have to nationalize everything. And how crazy it would be for conservatives to have to basically turn their government into communism to defeat their so-called communist enemy they're fighting against. Because that's what would have to happen. They would have to basically nationalize everything to turn to mass, because back then America had a manufacturing base. We don't anymore.
But they're bringing that back. That's part of the Orange Guys initiative, right? And we're seeing it actually happen to an extent. But I just think that, with the way a lot of America, we both know that a lot of these people, they want to be YouTubers and stuff. But I think that American appeal would appeal so much that it could possibly happen, brother. Like for them to just stand up and like, hey man, yeah, let's go. And it's not like they're not going to be making money and stuff like that. And then boom, we're right back to where people are buying houses and doing different things with the money because now we're building and exporting now again, like 1 and 2. You know what I'm saying? And that's not to knock out Lockheed and those other guys. It's just going to allow them to now bring in more people.
It's possible.
It's possible.
I mean, Chris H makes a good point. Conservative or military minded. If they have to, they will do communism and they won't even know it to bring back the industrial base. Honestly, when you're in the military, you're basically in a form of communism. You are. And it's mind-boggling to me how many people prop up the military and love the military but hate communism when the military is living in the form of communism. You have government healthcare, government dental, your job is government, all of it's paid for everything you do is government. Many of y'all live on base housing. I mean, even like down to your veterinarian is Army vet, which is all of this stuff is all government. But yet at the same time, you can't stand government when you're in the military, you're completely subsidized in every single way by the government.
Every single way. I am going to confer and confirm his words 100%, and nature can confirm that too, being a child.
Mm-hmm. I mean, even your travel, like say you want to go on vacation, a lot of times mag flights and stuff. I used to get mag flights to different countries and different areas that is a free government flight for me to go on vacation. So how many times I've been paid per diem also going these different areas. It blows my mind how much they love communism when they're getting it. And then love to pretend they hate communism. I mean, I think about how many guys who did 20 years in the military or more, and then get out are still getting that government check after living a life of communism while bitch and moan about communism. You lived in the most closest pure example of communism, but yet hate it.
Well, now I kind of got a reason to because of the foolishness that they're pulling, bro. Like it just makes no sense, and even more from what we were speaking earlier on us. You know what I'm saying? And we've watched it for years. We fight for you. We don't, and you give us. Oh, you got to pull yourself up by your bootstrap. All right.
Yep. I mean, I saw something else. Did I get all the comments? I guess the big beautiful bill. We'll talk about that one in a minute. I don't know. I guess that's all my
I want
thoughts.
to go back to your boy's comment. He said possibly blinked. Could you elaborate on the possibly blink, sir?
Yeah. Hey, Michael. Yeah. Elaborate, please, sir. I guess Sebs must be home. I know what that's like when you're on the phone and you've been doing a live stream on the phone, but now you're finally home to set up and hop over to your laptop. So you got to pop back in. And so I'm ready to get Sebs into this conversation also. But I look at it like when I was saying that I don't think that they really get the gravity of this. If you think, and I'm not on some believing in because they left under Biden, they left the border open, so now they let in all these sleeper cells. I don't buy that because they're not sending in sleeper cells walking 1,000 miles across the border. That's not how they're doing it. If they're going to bring in sleeper cells, they can easily just bring them in through their business and stuff. Plenty of Saudis and Iraqis or whatever own businesses all up and down, the whole Northeast, whether you're in New York, Philly, whatever. They own businesses. So if they wanted to sneak in so-called sleeper cells, they could have done it very easily. Also, you have... I'll go ahead.
You see, they brought back up those all those Chinese men that were brought over here. That came back up too as an issue. You saw that? That's why I wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, they're gonna all play this. Oh, there's sleeper cells, and that's why we need to close the border. And dude, I'm gonna tell y'all this, and I mentioned this to somebody. If you really wanted to close the border, if that was your goal, I'm just telling you how you would get it done. If that was your actual goal, all you got to do is say, you know what? For every undocumented person you have, I will fine you $10,000 per person per offense, I guarantee you'd see everything stop overnight, because these corporations would lose. Some of them would go bankrupt if they got all those fines against them. So they could easily shut the shit down and nobody would hire anybody undocumented. And if you don't hire undocumented and you're not making money, how can you stay here?
Big dog, listen, that phone gonna be ringing off of the hook, them $10,000. What? Hey, I'm telling on everybody for them 10 stacks. What, man? They gonna be telling on their own family. Hey, yeah, I'm sorry, cuz, but yeah, you out of here. Yeah, he right here. Yeah, right there, bank house, right there. I need what?
No,
Five
I'm
of them.
talking about.
That's 50,000.
I'm talking. Well, yeah, you could have a a tips line where, okay, there's a certain amount, but I'm saying you find those corporations. So let's say I got a multi-million-dollar business. I have 10 workers. Those 10 workers are all undocumented. I get caught. Boom, that's 100 racks right there. Let's say, for instance, I get caught another week. That's another 100 racks. That's 200,000. You know how fast that starts racking up per offense? And then if they escalated and said, oh, well, if you get caught with this same person over and over, or repeat offenders, we'll just keep, okay, 10,000 was enough for you. Let's make it 15. Let's make it 20. Let's make it 30. You start getting hit with 20, 30, 40,000. You start paying hundreds of thousands in fines, these corporations. I guarantee you none of them will be hiring anybody undocumented. And it ends that fast. You don't need no wall. You wouldn't need none of that shit, because that's what they do overseas to some of these countries. Oh, you hiring somebody who's not supposed to be here? Fine, we're gonna fine you. Another fine, another fine, another fine. And then when they're like, hey man, can I get work? Hell, I can't take that chance. I can't take it. I can't take these fines. And I guarantee you it stops instantly, because I don't care what kind of border you build. How much do border agents make? How much are mayors in these border towns make? You cartel can easily pay off these people to let people come straight through the gates. So you can build the biggest wall you want to with seismic detectors and take out all the tunnel systems. They can literally just pay people to just drive straight across.
They do it with fentanyl.
Exactly. There we go. Sebs is back.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Hi.
They do it with fentanyl, so they could definitely do it with people. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I was telling myself, I know what Sebs is doing. That's that. I'm driving to make it home, but I got my phone up, and so now I'm almost back. So let me hop off real quick once I'm getting my laptop ready.
Pretty much. You kind of nailed that. Yeah. It's like, yeah.
Oh, I've been there a lot of times, especially because out here on the West Coast, a lot of times they'll start some streams where I'm driving home. And so they started at 5 o'clock. I get off work at 5 o'clock, or it's 8 their time. And so that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, no, it's perfect timing. I said hello to my father, and now we're here. So hello.
Yes,
everyone
hello.
properly. Now that my signal's not messed up and things aren't cutting off, I can properly say hello to the other. I think Teal. I've seen you on here before. Never met you, but I love your hair. That was actually I texted Marcus to ask him about your routine for your short hair. So, but that's side note. I doubt he mentioned that, but it's okay.
I forgot. My bad.
I know you did.
It's all good.
I know.
If you have IG, follow me on IG. If not, we'll connect for sure.
Okay. Perfect. Good.
I'll make sure to link y'all up.
And then Katie the third, I don't think we ever met, but I was listening to you. I think the first thing you said was about how they all want to be podcasters, and I'm like, yeah, pretty much. they're gonna go back to these manufacturing jobs when most people, they do just want to stream and make money that way, because that's kind of like what is available, or Uber, right, or DoorDash, and so gig economy.
Make sure to give a shout out to James also for me.
Yes, I will. I'll tell him you said hello.
Was this were you on Jared's show? I don't think so. Jared Ball, Dr.
Yeah,
Jared
I've
Ball.
been on,
Oh,
I've been on his show. I talked about crypto. I've talked about crypto with him several times. So yes.
So Chris H is right.
Yes.
Say yeah, Sebs is not new to these YouTube streets.
No.
And that's what I'm saying. If y'all go back, y'all check some of these older episodes. Sebs has been on a lot, but she has a life. She has stuff outside of here she's working on, and proud of her. Hopefully, see her graduation picture sometime soon.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we'll see. A couple more years until the program's done. So yeah.
But like, what's some of your thoughts on like some of this World War III stuff if it was to break out?
Well, first of all, just the idea that like it becomes a quote unquote world war that everyone should care about because now it affects people in the Western countries is already a faulty framing just to begin with, like just as a foundation to start from, because it's kind of like, well, there's always been shit, there always is shit, but I guess when it involves, the big dogs, then everybody has to stop, and like now it's a world war. Like someone's world is always ending somewhere, right? And so it's just, I guess it's I just don't. I know it's just like that's how people talk, and I'm not saying that. Oh, why are people calling it that? And I'm so upset about this. It's just I think that we should talk about the foundation of like why is that now called a world war? Because there's like things going on in South America or Southeast Asia, but that's not considered a world war. It's like just these savages fighting each other all the time because I guess that's what savages do. So I don't know. I just so for me it's kind of like sure, yeah, it's quote unquote World War III because now it will affect your pockets. Yeah, but
but Savvy, who's the savage? The person protecting himself or the person who's attacking?
That's what they call them is the savages. So yeah.
I get the point you're saying.
I get it, but I'm just saying, even with that, just using that terminology, who is truly the savage? The person who is attacking the person, or the person who is defending themselves from the person who's attacking me?
Yeah, I guess it depends on what you individually want to do as a person, but I guess even the idea of like savagery, I'm thinking about it more from like, oh, these people just they're motivated by their primal needs, and that's it. Like that's all they're capable of. So it's a way of like framing people and understanding them, and then putting that label on them, and then it's kind of like applying it to everybody in that population, which is what they've done to Africans for like ever. So, yeah.
Yeah. And Trey, I don't know that but yeah, she can definitely speak on that. Definitely her family has deep ties to that region in the world, and so does she. So she's been covering stuff that nobody else has been talking about up until like probably like maybe a year ago or so. So she knows what I feel like.
Okay, so let me ask this question, Savvy. Do you
Seb,
where are the lies? What's truth and what's lies? Because from my end, I think Israel is concocting to cause the issue with Iran. And Iran's just like, listen, bro, we're just going to defend ourselves if you come at me, bro.
Probably. I mean, but the thing is, like, the people that are in charge of Iran, they're problematic in their own way. The people that are in charge of Israel are very clearly problematic. And then the people that are in charge of this country are, I mean, we're looking through it. Like, I don't even have to say, whatever, Daddy Trump, NATO's daddy, as he's proclaimed himself. It's like, it's a joke, right? So I guess I'm thinking about it more from like they're kind of doing the fighting on the top where there's a lot of corruption within all of that. But then the people that pay for it are the ones that it actually affects in terms of the regular people, like the people, I guess, in every country, whether it's in Israel, it's in Iran, it's here. It's like the people that are getting the most harmed. And obviously, the genocide that's happening in Gaza in terms of like, that's just what that is. I don't know if anyone, you can't really even deny it anymore. Like, let's just, take back the words that you said before, even the liberals who are crawling now, to correcting their narratives. Like it ends up hurting the people that have the least of these. So, I guess that's how I view it. So, But I do see, well, obviously the U.S. has also been very aggressive toward Iran, and we know about the like clean break thing from 1996, and even before that, they've always had their little issues. But at a certain to a certain degree, it's like I can't really like the Iranian government is problematic. Just as I'm sure that there's a lot of people who don't like them. Just as you know, the Netanyahu Likud party and the Liberal Party in Israel has their problems. Well, the Likud party more than the others, maybe. But yeah, so that's just kind of how I see it. So it's kind of hard to pick like gangsters to side with.
True. I mean, you know, because internal politics is always different than foreign policy, also. And so I feel like from a foreign policy aspect, Iran has a more defensible position as how they maintain themselves versus Israel, whereas I feel Israel's internal policies towards Israelis is very much been very civil. It's when it starts to become non-Jewish Israelis is where it becomes problematic.
Well, yeah, they have two different tiers of they have two different systems of governance for two different types of people. Like if you're not Jewish, then you are in you don't go to civil, or you go to military court. So you have two different systems of governance for people, different classes of people in a country. Yeah, it's an apartheid. I don't know how else to. Like it is what it's like, an open one that everybody's okay with, I guess.
Whereas in Iran, you have more internal strife because you have Sunnis versus Shiites going on, and then you have Christians, and you have secular, and you have all of these people being run under a theocratic belief system, which all the people don't uphold, and then it's also applied unequally. So if you're in this certain area, you can face the religious police and hard pushbacks and crackdowns, versus be in this other area and a woman can not face the same kind of treatment that she faces over here. So I've seen women they can wear the headscarf with their hair a little bit out and not face any problems, and to be in this other area and completely be brutalized and thrown in prison if they do it.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Who's making the arguments, and then what leg do they have to stand on? So we're watching two different people, like two different groups, I guess, fighting over, oh, well, you do this to your people, and you do this to your people, and it's kind of like, I'm sorry, like, why is this the conversation?
Yeah. And so the reason why I say, I think, honestly, to dovetail on what you were saying earlier, this will be the first time where actually probably will be more representative of a world war, because I don't believe that it would be only America feeling it only from an economic standpoint or through some kind of mass buildup. I think there's a real possibility that we could see, actual situations manifest here stateside where we could see possible attacks that would happen. I don't think it would just be all in Europe, where the other previous world wars have mostly been focused. Granted, Pearl Harbor did hit part of the United States, but I'm talking about we may see actual stuff get blown up in parts of California and Missouri, and get what I'm saying?
DC.
And DC is definitely a high value target.
It's great. It's great living around here.
I mean, lucky you.
No, it's true. It's but that's why I say it's like they call it a world war, right? Because it's like now it's that existential crisis for the West, so especially America. So I guess we, because it's like, well, even before World War I, like there was already, people from Europe and different parts of the Arab world who were in Africa already, like conscripting people, right? Like the Italians were there before World War II even started in Eritrea, like conscripting people to go and fight in Libya for them. So you know what I'm saying? And then like it turns into like now the Nazis and Sebs subjugated these people, and that's what's the worst thing ever. Everything else takes a backseat because this is the thing that is the most important thing, the most important evil that we could ever speak about. And if you say any different, then you're a problem. So
well, Sebs, I don't want you to breeze past that. I want you to kind of go back into that, talking about Eritrea in particular, because I know that it gets breezed by, and I don't think I've had too many people on who are more qualified to talk about how the impact of that and how that factored into World War II.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure my dad would be like, "Excuse me,
Oh, I
I'm
know.
more qualified."
I
Tell her to
really do.
stand
I
down.
really do want to get your dad on here one of these times. It would be so great to hear him talk about it.
But no, well, I mean, in terms of like the scramble for Africa stuff, right? That was like in the 1800s, like late 1800s, I guess, but even probably before as well. But there were all sorts of European powers who were sectioning it off, and Eritrea became a colony of Italy, right?
Mhm.
And I forgot the first general's name to get there, but he's this Italian general who was there, and then Mussolini ended up coming there as well. They built a bunch of cathedrals and kind of inserted even their cultural stuff in there, and then created a two-tier system, right? Where the blacks, are like this, and then the Italians are this way. But there was a lot of like mixing and stuff that happened, but there was, very strict hierarchies. So, and then Italy also had problems in Libya, because they were also in Libya fighting with the French, or something, or they wanted a piece of Libya. And in Tripoli, I believe. And my great grandfather was actually conscripted to go fight there, and died there. So when he was very young, and on behalf of the Italians, going to fight for somebody else who's subjugating you. It's like a weird scenario to be in. But I think there's a book written about this. It's called The Conscript, if I'm not mistaken. And it's about an Eritrean general or an Eritrean man who was conscripted to Libya. And it's the only account that I know of that's been written and published by an academic, like university press. I think it might have been somewhere in the Midwest. One of these like liberal Midwest universities published that book. But it's called The Conscript. So if anybody wants to like read more about it in depth, it kind of goes into like the psychological torment of it all as well, in addition to historical things. So, yeah.
Yeah, and for those that didn't know, well, because you can't see Sebs, but Sebs is Eritrean. I'm getting tongue-tied saying it, but
Oh yeah, I'm from Eritrea. Sorry, I should have said
Yeah.
that. It's a small little country right above Ethiopia, north of Ethiopia. That's the old stomping grounds, as they would say.
so yeah, I wanted to put that out so like people can
Yeah, I was
realize
born
like
there,
yeah,
and
you speak from
I
somebody
speak
with
Tigrinya. Yeah,
experience.
yeah. I speak Tigrinya. I understand Tigray. I was born there, lived there till I was like 8. So, and then we came here. Obviously, haven't been back since for lots of complicated reasons. But
Yeah,
So,
understandable.
mhm.
Especially what's going on with the destabilization that's happened definitely in that area.
Yeah. Well, so Eritrea has actually pretty good ties now with Iran, interestingly, and they kicked the Israeli embassy out of Eritrea, or
Good.
the Israeli embassy left because of the hostility from Eritrean government. So it's been rather interesting in terms of like, I guess now they're more dealing with Iran, but they were already dealing with I believe either Saudi Arabia or UAE to bomb Yemen. So the governance of Eritrea is very. They call themselves Marxist, but
But think about it. I mean, well, explain to people why were they even there in the first place? What were the Israelis' real reason for being there?
well, signals, intelligence, probably stuff, and it's right across from, because Eritrea is right on the Red Sea, and then
Mhm.
north of the Red Sea is where Israel is. So
Yep.
it's just a very like strategic area to be like you. It's very important, and they've had good relations with Israel for a long time. Honestly, like just okay relations, because Eritrea is also half Muslim, so they have relations with the Arab countries, namely Iraq. Iraq actually helped with Eritrea's independence. Iraqis, they used to have good relations with the Yemenis as well, and as well as the Sudanese. So yeah, there's a lot of like Islam. It's half Christian, half Muslim in Eritrea. So it's they have a relationship with the Muslim world, and I guess I don't really know if the break with Israel had anything to do with that, but I feel like Israel was there as like a counter to the Muslim influence to a certain degree, and obviously because
Well,
they want to be in every country, but
I believe that they had a big input launching from that area and other areas over there to what's going on in Sudan. I believe that was one of their main things that they were working on there.
I would believe that, yeah. And then they had the whole thing happening with Ethiopia, where they just like got tangled into a thing with the Ethiopian government when there, and it's just like they're just a hot mess.
And then, not to mention the diamond mining that's in that area also. You know, not Eritrea directly, but like in that region. And I remember when some of the mining contracts were pulled up, I want to say, I'm trying to remember, was it Sudan? I think it might have been Sudan. I think it might have been Sudan.
Or if that's South Sudan, or I know Juba is like the
but I know it was definitely in that region, and they had a very prominent diamond miner who was in that area, and he kind of got kicked out of the country. And I know that he was also using some of that money from the diamond mining to help fund some of the Mossad operations that were going on, and some of the funding of militias in the area.
Oh yeah, well they were the Mossad and CIA and all those and the private intelligence now, right? Because that's a lot of them now are like the private sector
for like what is it, Academy and all that.
Yeah, all those people like I guess they're like private.
Your buddy, Mr. Prince.
But there's also like private intelligence, I guess, right? In terms of, well, I guess they go hand in hand because they all have to do logistics. So, but yeah. So I think that Mossad or CIA and all the private intelligence people, I'm sure they run amok in that area. I have no doubt. But yeah, it's just it's interesting to see the dynamics shift right now. But I feel like it won't really make that much of a difference for the people there. So
yeah,
because they're still forced to go through military and like their paths are picked for them by the government.
Yeah,
So.
They're still dealing with conscription, and they're still dealing with, all the different things that have been going on and plaguing that region for, longer than we've been alive.
Yeah. And don't forget that Eritrea, like right after the Iraq war started, and Bush was asking for like the coalition of the willing, Eritrea volunteered, but then Bush was like, no. And then they were like, we hate the West. It's like, get the fuck, you know what I mean? It's just certain things like that and if you bring that up to like the hardcore, like, supporters of those governments, it's like, oh my god, CIA talking points. It's like it's literally it's not a CIA talking point. It's just a fact.
I also wonder possibility if they were able to get that that canal built through that area.
The Derg.
Because Eritrea, Somalia, all those areas would benefit massively. And so
but Egypt had a problem. Yeah.
If Egypt, the Suez Canal was shut down and they start going right there through the Red Sea, that would benefit all of those nations handsomely. And so that's partially why I think that they have those hooks to some of those areas, and also trying to destabilize them so they can get control of those areas. So if they were able to settle this whole Gaza issue and completely either genocide or what's the other word, ethnically cleanse that whole area, it's more profits that they could seed off of that whole region, controlling it all.
Yeah, well, and they can do that, a lot of that through Ethiopia, because they kind of treat Ethiopia like Ethiopia acts as kind of a neighborhood watch of that region, of the Horn region, because Ethiopia is very embedded with the United States, correct? Very embedded with Israel, and then because you also have the Falasha, segment of Ethiopia Israel. That does. So so you've got like that right there, with all their like little spies and everything, and they would love to just like march into Eritrea and just take over the Red Sea, the entire thing, and just be like, it's ours now, because there's a lot of like the I don't know, Ethiopian supremacists.
And then not to mention all the natural gas that's up under the Red Sea either.
Yeah, that's probably has some. Yeah, so
that's what I'm saying. It's a lot of reasons for a very greedy party to want to be involved in that area and destabilize regions and try to take a big chunk out of it. I'm sorry, I've been running my mouth a whole lot. Trey, you want to hop in there?
Of course, my brother. Again, I go back to what I was speaking on earlier about the Abraham, what he's doing down there in Burkina Faso, man. I think, what he's doing is great for the country. I think those guys trying to come together to do something great. I think that America and Israel are trying to control or protect their interests. I just don't know to what extent they're really going to take this thing. I think more people are seeing everything that is happening. More people are coming together on certain issues and things. We're not all as far apart as people think we are. I just gotta. At this point, I'm like wait and see.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wait and see.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess that's. Oh,
I agree with
sorry,
that.
go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I would agree with that in terms of like wait and see, because like I don't want to be. It's not even about making predictions like this is gonna happen. I'm always weary of the people who are like this is gonna happen and then this is gonna happen and then that's gonna. It's very like, it's like you have secret information that I don't know. It's like at a certain point you say what might be likely, the different possibilities, and then what you would lean more toward, but not necessarily like this is probably what's going to happen. Listen to me, InfoWars style. But yeah, I would say like run away from those people, in my opinion. But yeah, so yeah.
All right, and so I guess that's. I guess we've kind of summed up that topic for now, and we can wrap that one up. And now we can move on to one of the topics that me and Sebs were talking about throughout the week, and this is kind of something that's kind of reoccurringly we've kind of briefly touched on, and then there's always like a new revelation. Like Sebs finds something and it's like, hey, did you know this? I'm like, well, wait a minute. Well, what about this here? And then it's always something interesting. And so definitely wanted to talk about it since there's always been this big thing with whole FBA crowd. And I kind of wanted to bring this up. I felt like this is a great topic to have on it. And if Sebs had the time, I wanted to bring her on for this. So it all worked out. So I want to show you guys a little bit of a video. Sebs sent me this video over. And I want to share a little bit about this because it speaks of somebody who's very prominent in the whole FBA sphere. A man by the name of Tariq Nasheed. Have you guys heard of him? Maybe, maybe not. So I wanted to share a little. Trey, what are your thoughts on Tariq Nasheed before we even get involved in the whole FBA movement? Nothing. Oh, you're muted. What? These I don't know.
I don't know who Tariq is, but I know a little bit about the FBA movement. So I'll wait till the video's over to speak my piece.
Okay.
Well, lucky you.
Yeah, lucky you don't know about this because I guess he's not involved enough in all these Twitter wars and stuff. But
well, he used to come up to DC, Tariq, for his like little festivals and stuff. So like by Chinatown, by like 930 Club, they would have, so he was very prominent, not prominent, but like he was active in the DC like space, in terms of the activist space and all that. But especially with Howard being right there. Anyway.
Yep.
Yeah.
Black University.
Yeah, Howard University, because it's right there by Shaw, like by the 930 Club area. Where anyway, yeah.
I don't know if you saw it. I just sent you something a little earlier today. Yvette Cornell is going back and forth with somebody, and I just thought it was hilarious. I was like,
oh my God, please share.
Yeah. So I'll hop into this, and then I'll get that pulled up also.
But wait, but to answer Trey's question, Trey, so Tariq Nasheed, he's the one who created FBA, like he trademarked it. So that's his, foundational Black Americans. And his whole thing is that everything is the Democrats' fault, and people from African countries have bad hairlines. And these are real arguments, and that the immigrants are taking your job. So like, you should be kind of with MAGA on that.
Yeah, he literally
And
calls it like a tether hair. That's a tether hairline.
yes. He's like, that's a tether hairline. Yes, tethers are like the new immigrants from other countries. Yeah. Anyway, so and he says that according to him, Black people are actually the indigenous people of America. Which I mean, like there's truth to that, like to a certain
There's
degree.
some truth,
But it's
yeah.
just where he takes it is like crazy. But anyway, he's just in my opinion, he's a grifter. And I feel comfortable saying that he is a grifter and a liar. But he's got some entertaining aspects about him. But ultimately, he might be a Fed. Who knows? He's very suspect to me. So.
Blacks are definitely not foundational. We definitely did come here from Africa. There's proof of that, of us sailing here from Africa. But foundationally, I don't know about that one. But we definitely did come here. We were here. They didn't just bring us over on slave ships. So,
well, when he's talking about foundational, it looks like whatever you did coming back in, I think you solved the mute issue. I mean, the echoing issue. But when he's talking about foundational, he's talking about when America became an actual country, like past the 13 colonies, and when it actually became America in 1776, we were foundational to America.
It's almost like an odd.
True, but we were not considered human at that point. So.
Yes, exactly. But he tries to kind of use like the what is it, this 1619 project way of like kind of co-opting the American flag. But the way they did it was different in terms of like, like this is our land too.
Yeah, they have an
FBA
FBA flag.
Yeah, but they try to do it in a way that's like leaving people out, and then he just tries to create a lot of division between like the diaspora that come here from different countries in Africa, or the Caribbean. He hates the Caribbean too. Yeah. The Caribbean feathers are horrible according to him. He's kind of an agent of chaos, but he's got quite a bit of a following. But it's an offshoot of ADOS. So
yes,
But go ahead.
And so I'm gonna share some of this video. I'll jump around a little bit, but the video that Seb sent me, great video by the way, because dude, like I feel like he professionally takes his emotions out of it. He shares, okay, I agree on this, I agree on that, but let's talk about this other stuff over here.
Yeah, I thought it was well done. That's because you and I were talking about these people and we're just like, wait, who are they funded by? Like, are they funded by GOP? Like, what? Because anyway. So
remember that
Yeah,
TikTok video that I did, like, I don't know, was it a year ago or so, or maybe even longer back, where I was like going into him. I think I talked about Tariq a little bit, but I talked about Lord Jamar and what's the other one? Dane Calloway. And he started talking about how Black people are actually indigenous to America and we're the real natives, and like Native American people are like fake colonizers or whatever. It gets real kind of crazy.
It's all about delineating. They talk a lot about delineate. Like that's their favorite word. Like they be getting mad because we delineate. It's like, no, there's a difference between, they weaponized that in my view.
Yes. So I skipped a little bit into this. So I'll skip back to the part, like it starts off with like a little introduction, things he partially agrees with. And then I just wanted to skip straight to the ADOS part and then into a certain very special person who's been center in all of this stuff. So here we go.
I dislike everything covered in the rest of this video. I owe y'all some proof for a couple of things I said earlier. Here's the official FBA website. I told y'all he built this, and at the bottom it says Foundational Black Americans. Let's throw that joint in the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office site, and boom. That's your boy, right? Just in case you needed more proof, the earliest recorded mention of the site's URL happened on October 7th of 2020, when he was trying to sell y'all FBA mini flags. The earliest mention of the term is hard to pinpoint, but he was using it on another one of his sites in 2019. Here's proof of him creating the term in the first place, claiming he adapted it from Dr. Claude Anderson's Native Black Americans term. The FBA movement started as Tangibles 2020 in the lead up to the 2020 election.
Man, we don't need to be on no ADOS, man. We need to be Pan-Africans. That's what Pan-Africanism is. us fight for everybody else to come over here and get some of the resources that we've helped accumulate for them. And then they turn around and say, okay, thank you, Wakata. And I'm about to go work with these white people.
Back then, Tariq was in lockstep with the ADOS movement, led by Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore. ADOS has their own problems. Rapper Talib Kweli penned a Medium article in 2019 called Why ADOS is Trash that included 2 segments that help prove this point. The first is from when ADOS followers misidentified his heritage after he criticized their co-founder Yvette Carnell, saying he's Haitian and telling him to go back. Talib Kweli is from Brooklyn, and his parents aren't immigrants. Stay tuned for them doing that to me 2 weeks ago. The second is about how ADOS, and now FBA, love targeting liberals and progressives like Ta-Nehisi Coates, Kamala, Cory Booker, Bernie Sanders, and every other critic of Trump, because Dems have taken the black vote for granted. That's absolutely true. But Kweli says that when you target Dems like that, you're letting the GOP slide. I agree 100%. Yvette got this rolling when she attacked Talib out of nowhere in 2019. His tweet was pro-reparations and anti-Trump, saying he prefers a plan for reparations over withholding our votes and letting Trump win again. She slammed him for being a loud and wrong celebrity. How? He agrees with you. Oh, wait.
Right. Now, you know that video is deleted.
That I think is even more beloved than Tariq Nasheed. I remember people actually being more mad at me that I had a vet in the thumbnail than Tariq Nasheed. But the thing is, the data is already shown. There's already research has shown that she is compromised. She does specifically back the MAGA set, not even like conservative, not even conservative with a small c that we know we people that are darker than blue do have. I'm from the Caribbean. I ain't gonna gaslight you into thinking that like I did not grow up in a conservative Caribbean household. Right. I'm not gonna act like I didn't. But no, Yvette and Tariq and them were specifically trying to align themselves with the MAGA sect brand. And a lot of it also, if you do like the research and you follow the money, Nazi-backed MAGA sapien type branding. So like, who is this in service of?
Very serious accusation, Potter. No evidence?
I appreciate that, Foreign. I was going to have to talk about this anyway. So Yvette served on the board for a group called Progressives for Immigration Reform, which was a fake progressive front organization linked to essentially a Nazi, a white nativist, white supremacist, and eugenics supporter named John Tanton. His goal was to limit Black and brown immigration. This organization she served on built websites that accused immigrants of being responsible for things like traffic, overconsumption, and other environmental problems. They've also increased friction between ADOS/FBA and Black immigrants, as we're going to show a lot more of in the video. The ultimate goal here is to delay a Black or brown majority population in the country for more years. Also, big shout out to Ole for throwing me the alley-oop with this research. We all love you.
So I wanted to pause that because there was a whole lot said real fast there. And I want to get your thoughts on it now that you've heard a little bit. Trey, you said, could I share the link? Sure, I'll share the link.
I'm still not clear as to what's the point here. Like, what are we arguing about? I'm serious. From everything that he said, I still don't understand what we're arguing about here.
No, it's about exposing the fact that they're grifters.
Who's grifting though?
Tariq. And basically what he's doing is he's stoking the anger of so-called foundational Black Americans, or ADOS, to be against immigrants. Because he hasn't got to the point to start showing where the grift starts coming in yet. But that's what I'll do. I'll let it play a little bit more so you can see what I'm talking about. Hold on a sec. So let me put it back on the screen and then show you guys where I'm going with this, where we're going with this. Let me skip back over.
Wait, sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. No, I was. So I guess it's not necessarily about that there's a point to what they are saying. It's more about the ideas that they're putting out there under the guise of like, okay, the Democrats are a problem. They're taking the vote for granted, you know, and they just expect you to vote for them, you know, blah, 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 which is like all true, right? But then weaponizing that in a way as to kind of redirect that anger back at like the immigrants. Because the way that they see it, like the immigration stuff that's happening, that's not, you know, quote unquote, foundational Black Americans' problem at all. So they're just like, you know, sit it out. This is not our problem. These people don't even like us. They're just racist. They come in here, they use what we worked for against us, which, by the way, like, yeah, that has existed. Like there is a lot of truth to that, but that's not everybody. And it's just, they're just a very toxic group that it has gained some traction, especially even in the alternative media space. They've gained traction in terms of like legitimacy as far as, like talking about the reparations aspect of it, but they come with all this other baggage. And Yvette specifically is, like he was saying, she's kind of the beloved, you know, ADOS. And she's even been on like Sabby Sab's show. When you told me about that, Marcus, I actually watched that episode. So yeah, so it's just, these people are kind of in the sphere where we also, I guess, happen to exist. So it's just rather interesting to see like what they're backed by, the kind of narratives that they're pushing, and who that ultimately benefits, but under the guise of like, oh no, we're just trying to like delineate and you know, fight for our rights kind of thing.
Because like what I would add onto it is a big part of what they're doing is they're trying to foster a divide between, you know, the Black community, whether you be parent of so-called FBA or ADOS, that you are descendants of slaves within the United States. So it doesn't matter if you come from, your family comes from the Caribbean and they went through slavery also, or other different parts, or if you're Afro-Latino and you come in. No, it's about a division which you're creating. Now, I believe that division is very negative and very unhelpful. But because think about it, I mean, plenty of us have grown up with maybe Jamaican friends or Haitian friends or Dominicans or whatever, who would still be classified as Black. They're even saying, no, I have a problem with Asians, all these other people, but I even have a problem with Black people who are not of two parents who come from American chattel slavery. So they're dividing even down to that narrow of a group. And even to the point of saying, well, some of them even go to the point of saying you have one parent who is so-called FBA or ADOS, but one of them is a Puerto Rican, or one of them is a Jamaican, or one of them is a Cuban. You're not one of us. Yes.
That is such a narrow-minded point to even think that way. You have a narrow-minded mindset. Like I can't even wrap my head around that, bro.
And so that's where they've gotten a lot more of these MAGA conservatives that you're seeing, Black MAGA. Many of them are pushing this same mentality. Oh, we need to be backing these deportations. We need to be backing all this stuff because they're taking from us.
Yes, specifically. Yep.
How though? How? Because you're not willing to do those jobs. So how?
Well, what they're saying is and some of this is there's some truth, but there's a lot of fabrication and lies. Remember, not that long ago, probably maybe about a year ago, or maybe like right before, like during the primary time period, when there was this big story that came out that all these undocumented immigrants are getting these big checks, and they're getting put up in these fancy hotels.
Yeah,
and
in
this
Chicago,
is money
in Black
in
neighborhoods.
Chicago that this should be going to Black people. That got pushed, and a lot of this stuff was false. And a lot of this has been pushed by FBA to create more of this strife and division within the community.
And none of that money was coming from the federal government. It was from private, like NGOs and stuff. It was because the federal government can't give federal money to people who are not documented here. Like that's not really how that works in terms of anyway. It's like a lot, and that's not to say that these NGOs don't have deals with the government, but it's just the way that it was being presented was not exactly accurate. So, but then there were certain things where like, okay, so you have a job ad in Chicago, right? And it'll say, bilingual preferred or like Spanish preferred. And so they're making the argument, or they're making the case that, because they have these things, people who speak Spanish have more of a leg up with these types of jobs that we don't have because we don't speak Spanish, even though like we were here first, kind of thing. Which I understand, like I get that, but like that's not that doesn't, just because those specific jobs did that doesn't mean that like you should be denouncing everybody. Obviously, like you said, it's just very narrow-minded. But there are they'll bring up certain points like that where it's like, yeah, well, explain that, huh? I can't get this job because I'm not bilingual. Why not? It's like
they went to the level of like gatekeeping, even like, oh well, this person here, hip hop is a FBA thing, so none of these Caribbeans need to stop taking credit for FBA, what we created and what we did, and we need to do more gatekeeping of our community and culture.
Which I understand where that comes from to a certain degree, because there's a lot of co-opting and just LARPing. That's hella disrespectful. Like I get that, but it's just, I think it's the negativity is being directed at the wrong crowd.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
But that's inaccurate, because if you go back to the history, African Bombada was what? I think Jamaican. And a lot of those kids were Jamaican, Puerto Rican, yeah, there were some Black Americans in there too, but it was a mix.
Yeah, well, the co-opting I was talking about was like Drake, sorry. Like, you know what I mean? Like the pretender, like that type of gatekeeping. I get that, yeah, but not like the fusion, the Jamaican and the Caribbean beats, like that's like that's been there. I just want to clarify.
What FBA has been saying is like, no. We could trace back hip hop to actually back to like the 50s. And so actually real hip hop originates from the 50s. So that is a Black thing, not all these other Caribbean people involved in it. And that's where they're putting this division even more. And then you have some of them expanded out. It's funny that I was just about to talk about this. I see Thomas has just hopped into the building. Thomas is saying, they are probably well over 3 trillion in assets in America. So when ADOS and FBA fight over reparation scraps with immigrants, natives, and minorities, well, one of the main ones who start talking about some of this FBA stuff is somebody like a Dane Calloway. And there have been other people who have kind of came through the Dane Calloway arc of saying, no, we as FBA are not only FBA, we are the actual real indigenous. We are the real Native Americans, and these other people who are called Native Americans now are basically like Johnny come latelys, are not the real people. And so therefore they're stealing our idea. Not ideology, they're stealing our heritage. So they're claiming not only that they're the real natives, they're also claiming that basically America is in turn actually theirs, and that we didn't come over like I said before in like a video I did. I said, were there some Black natives? Yes. Were there some who came over long ago? Yes. But to try to say that no, the transatlantic slave trade is fake, it did not happen, and we were just all here already, is an extreme misnomer and very, very incorrect. And so they're taking an outlier, whereas yes, there's proof that Mansa Musa's older brother traveled over here and set up a tribe. There's proof that other people, that there was trading between the natives in certain areas. There is proof that some native tribes had an intermingling and a mixture of native, which would have been more of an Asiatic, and African, which fused together to make some of these different tribes. And all tribes are not created equally. And what I mean created equally is they're not all of the same exact DNA, stock, background, culture, history.
Yeah, there's variation always.
Exactly, variations, but they try to make it as if no, there has been, not only America has stolen wealth from them for creating America, America is also solely theirs because they're the real natives, and natives have stole their identity also.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same argument that I hear some of the white nativists make. It's not that different, actually. It's very similar sides of this same coin. Yeah. Different sides of the same coin.
I would argue some of that, the native stole this. I started hearing that as I started hearing more spread of Hebrew Israelites, like some of the natives have started, because that's honestly the argument which a lot of Hebrew Israelites come from, myself included, that we believe that those people have stolen an identity that is not actually theirs. And they have taken something that I believe has truth and put it onto something and manufactured into something that doesn't have as much truth. Or is there a percentage? I don't know what that percentage would be, but I've heard Dane Calloway say as high as like 90% of us actually were over here as the real natives, air quotes, real natives.
Yeah. Well, there is some truth to that other stuff about like some of the like, I guess, white Europeans who would say that they were part native in order to be able to get reservations and, you know, like go through the systems. Like, so they'll bring examples like that up where it's like, yeah, of course people are going to try to find loopholes. Like that's, you know, you can't deny that happened, but they'll use that as like the rule, right? For for everything. So it's rather interesting, but I just want to loop this in with what we were talking about with John Tanton, right? Because he is the one who was funding that organization that Yvette Carnell was, you know, a part of, about the Progressives for Immigration Reform. So this John Tanton guy, he's very similar to and comes from the ilk of like the Jared Taylor, right? The race scientist, like those types of people. So it's just rather interesting that like these, you know, like somebody who's representing, you know, American descendants of slaves would kind of take money from somebody who comes from that way of thinking. And it's not even that far-fetched, because so if you look at who's been, and this is not a tangent, it's related, but if you look at the US State Department and who's making the policies for all these universities and giving the visas to students, right? So there's a whole, there's a bureau called like the Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs. You can look it up. And they're the ones who basically set the policies for who can come into these universities and, you know, the process they have to go through, you know, what kind of visa they're going to get, this, that, and the other. The guy who is appointed as the head of this bureau is a gentleman named Darren Beatty. And he is also very similar and adjacent to the John Tanton, you know, clan, for lack of a better word. And you can look him up. It's Darren Beatty, Beattie. Darren Beatty. He's the one who he's the head of this bureau that sets these policies now. And quite literally, his ideology is that, America has been, the stock of real Americans has been spoiled by these brown and black people who are lowering the IQ, who are very aggressive naturally. Like, this is quite literal. These are his beliefs openly, like he's been written about. He is the head of the Bureau of Educational and Cultural at the State Department, the U.S. State Department, that has taken over all of the policies for who they are allowing to come study in the universities in the United States. So, like I'm saying, like there's real world implications for a lot of these things that are being pushed that we're like, oh, these are fringe. Like these are just what, like, you know, who cares what these people think, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, no. Like they're backed by like money that has power that is currently actually changing things based on their ideology. Like if you look at this guy's, because he got his PhD back in like 2016 or something. So I was interested in his dissertation. I looked into it. It was rather weird. He wants to like order the world based on like quantifiable qualitative traits. And a lot of that has to do with like cognition and IQ. And he was looping in like philosophy from Heidegger in there. Anyway, it was just like crazy ass like dissertation for his PhD. And yeah, and I'm just like, wow. And he's in
like
charge of the policy
type thing.
I never saw that, but can you explain what that means?
Not quite to Gattaca. I know where you're going. Like Gattaca was like literally streamlined to your exact DNA code and specifying a certain group of people to be completely on the top. And that's like but like extreme, like not quite to the level of Gattaca, but let's simplify it. Basically
I'm
saying a certain group of
I'm
people.
in the right area. I'm
Yeah.
aiming in the right direction.
Yeah. So basically, not to the form of like how Aryans were like, this is a specific person. This right here is the peak of human existence type of person. Where Gattaca was like, to that point, you need to be to a certain height, weight, eye color, IQ level, all of this stuff. And if you're not, you fall down into this crap level. Whereas this is, let's just call it for what it is. It's just a form of white supremacy. It's basically saying white people are better than everybody else. And I'm going to use a science to try to prove that. That's what this is.
Yeah, it's like bell curve, like repackaged bell curve, 1990s, Charles Murray, but repackaged into this different thing where they're trying to like philosophically and theologically and politically and scientifically, have this holistic, I guess, proof of this.
Yeah, but we don't need
science.
that. Just watch sports.
Yes, eugenics. Somebody said it perfect. That's the key word.
Watch some Olympic boxing or watch a track meet. Y'all getting smoked.
This is eugenics thinking, and this is just being rebranded for modern times. And I would throw this in. One of the very people who, like, remember they had that lawsuit, the Asians, about what is it called? I can't think of what it's called. Affirmative action. The whole affirmative action lawsuits in the colleges put on by those Asian kids. Well, if you look at who was behind it, I'm blanking on his first name, but it was something Bloom, I believe. Edward Bloom. Edward Bloom, who was pushing this, was about trying to push that first for this little white girl. Then when that kind of failed and got through out, he basically roped in a bunch of Asian kids and used them as his new scapegoat to get through his anti-affirmative action stuff. And if you look in, and so this ties back. It's kind of funny. Sebs used the term clan in particular.
Mm-hmm.
If you go back to the Klan literally made a deal with the Nation of Islam about saying, okay, you'll stay blacks only and we'll stay whites only, and you need to try to push your people to only stay with blacks. And so this it all ties to something that's being pushed top down from other people. Now, I don't know if they're knowingly doing this, knowingly following this, but yeah,
some are. Some definitely are, brother. I don't doubt it at all, because we see in action all the time.
Yeah, Thomas gets it right here. This is what we're talking about here. ADOS is funded by John Tanton, a white supremacist and eugenics supporter, meant to create xenophobia and racial black diaspora division. Tariq's FBA is an offshoot of ADOS. That's what we're talking about. That's the reason why we're bringing up who Tariq is funded by and all these people and what they start.
Well, and John Tanton, he funded an organization called Progressives for Immigration Reform that Yvette Carnell was part of. So that's where that connection comes in. And then
Antonio Moore also.
Yes, Antonio Tone Talks. Yes.
Well, if you can create chaos on one side, there's always been some fire on the other side. And now the fire on the other side that you're creating, the chaos, is starting to roar even bigger. Now the one that was already there can start to roar. Now we got a problem.
Because you didn't notice how over this past primary season, how they got so many black people to rah for deportations. This is how. By pushing this fever and this mentality through the whole FBA and ADOS movements. Now, I'm pretty sure Yvette and Antonio might say that that's not what they're trying to push. But Tariq, I'm pretty sure, loudly and proudly will tell you, yes, he's cheering on the mass deportations. And so when you start hearing that from black people, you have to wonder, okay, where is this coming from? Why are we seeing this big push of certain stories to foment something in the mind for you to have a visceral reaction towards these people?
And what gives you the idea that they're going to pay you more money when the quote unquote immigrants get deported? Like, who gave you that idea that they're going to start paying you right now? Like, I just don't understand.
That's the same
what, like, do you
ideology
not
with
realize what you're
MAGA.
dealing with?
That's the same thinking with MAGA.
Yeah.
MAGA, the white MAGA is thinking the same thing.
Exactly.
Once we get these immigrants out of here, my wages are going to go back up. Well, sorry, buddy.
Who
You missed that
who's
train.
paying? Who's footing that bill? Like, not the people in charge now. They don't give a shit about you. Like, and that's why it's just so confusing. It's like, where is this money coming from? Like, where are these?
Yes, you do. You and Abby do need to talk about this. And Michael asks, do you have a source I can explore? Oh, I want to set you up. Michael, hit me up in the DMs and I'll set you up with Sebs, because there's so many avenues for this. And
I can you can send the video. And remember that that PDF that I sent you, Marcus, with the breakdown of that group, the progressives. Right. And that was written in like 2009. That guy was funding that John Tanton was funding that organization from like 2009, the Progressives for Immigration Reform thing.
Yeah. I'll send that to you, Michael. But I'm gonna bring up a little bit more of this. So now you got more grounding on what we're talking about, Trey. So when you're watching this will start making a little bit more sense. Where we're talking about where the grift comes in. So let me play at this point here.
Columbus wrote some of the potential evidence in his own journal. Columbus said that Native Americans confirmed black people came from the southeast in boats, trading in spears. These spears have the same ratios of precious metals as the spears being made in Guinea, which is in Africa. This is a secondary source, though. We need to see and translate that journal, but FBA's, I'm going to give that Harvard historian the benefit of the doubt. The evidence people like Tariq point to most often is the giant Olmec head statues from Central and South America.
Some of the Aboriginal people here look just like us. You go down and see the Olmec statues. You go to California, the Ohlone Indians, the Mojave Indians. I'm talking about jet black people, all on this eastern seaboard, jet black people.
He brings it up all the time because it's hard to beat visual evidence. They're like 11 feet tall and weigh over 30 tons. The explorer who found them, Jose Melgar, said they looked Ethiopic and concluded there had undoubtedly been blacks in this country. Those obviously look like African features, but evidence like this is always debatable. Why couldn't Olmec statues be depicting Olmec rulers? Wouldn't that make sense? Isn't that what most other ancient statues are built for? Africans aren't the only people who look like that. As you can see, the truth is, this is all circumstantial and subjective evidence. We can't know for sure, as much as it feels good for us to believe it. I relate to how validating it is to know that some of our ancestors came here of their own free will. But a mark of maturity in these important discussions is being comfortable with saying the phrase, I don't know. Scientists say it all the time. He never says it's debatable, never says maybe. He not only stated theories as facts, he insulted Native Americans while doing it.
Even though some of our people were from Africa, we were mixed in with the Aboriginal people here. We have to understand that we were here. Many of our ancestors were here before Columbus. We're taught that the Native American people are these Indian-looking people with long hair that looks like weaves.
This is the guy whose ideology you want to follow. The guy with 25 sales links in every video description. I counted. His Cash App is in there 3 times. Gets way worse than that. Let's keep going. I already told y'all at least one parent needs to come from a non-immigrant background in America to qualify as FBA. He goes on to say on the site that you aren't considered FBA if your mother and father descend from slavery in the Caribbean.
The Black American has grievances.
Yeah.
The only problem now is how those grievances are then, of course, afflicted onto the wrong, the wrong victims.
100%.
And often folks like myself that have an accent or.
So I wanted to click it back in because I think you guys get the point, and I do recommend checking out the rest of this video. But I want to something that Yonina said here is, my gosh, it couldn't have been stated better. To be fair, They were probably darker before the Spaniards and Portuguese got here, and I would agree. They probably were a little bit darker. Also, keep in mind they probably were outside a lot more than modern natives are. I'm pretty sure if modern natives were outside, like especially when they were hunting and things, they would have a darker phenotype. And I think that that is not factored in at all in this discussion. And so I think there's a lot of things that are not factored into this discussion.
And mainly because a lot of these, things, historical facts are being stated for like a narrative that doesn't actually serve the people that they're claiming to try to, delineate and I guess, get reparations and all that. So
yeah, this all now, bringing it back full circle, this all comes back around to the reparations, I would say, scam, because I don't believe in any shape or form that if you're trying to push more towards the conservatives' major thing on everything is about not giving government money out to people, about trying to stop giving government money out to people in every shape or form. So why would you then try to push more for the conservative narrative, thinking that they're going to give you money? It literally makes no sense.
no, it doesn't. It doesn't. That's why I just kind of it's a grift, or it seemingly seems like a grift. Not completely. I don't know if Yvette even knows the full extent to which maybe what a lot of this stuff is about. So I'm not over here trying to say, she's this or that, but I don't really hear her addressing these things really. Even if she's going to take down Tariq, this, that, and the other, there are a lot of things that her, and I don't really know as much about Antonio. I do watch his tone talks when he's talking about certain things sometimes that are interesting, or his perspective is interesting when he talks about some of the economic stuff. But yeah, but with Tariq specifically, yeah, I do see him as a grifter and a bad actor.
Yeah, I would think that maybe it's more of a situation of kind of doing a deal with the devil, maybe knowing that he's not on the up and up, but believing that I can use this to help further my cause. More with the Yvette, and I don't know so much towards Antonio, because maybe he might not even been involved with the financial stuff. And might not.
Yeah, it's only her name that's on there with the Progressives for Immigration Reform. I believe it's only Yvette.
And it's a possibility that she could have behind the scenes said, okay, well, I'm getting away from this or whatever, and I don't want nothing to do with this. And so we're leaving that disclaimer out there.
Absolutely, but she should. Yeah, I think she should address that, in my opinion, because that would probably be best.
But our main push would be not after ADOS, because like we said, ADOS has its own different issues, and that we've alluded to some of those there. It's more FBA. FBA has the problems, and it's the same thing which I look at for the Prince of Pan-Africanism, the issues there within him. I heard somebody make a good point. They put money forward to build on what they're trying to build on, and if said, if you would like to help with what I'm doing, cool, help me do this, help me help you. Whereas Dr. Umar is basically begged for people's money and not done anything with it. That's a whole different game that's being played there. And it's the same thing with Tariq. He brought up how Tariq has give me money every 5 seconds. What is he doing with this money? Is he getting anybody? Has he gotten, even if it's just a little small county that's going to give up reparations for something, that's one thing. If it was the Tulsa survivors, who literally are the survivors, and it would be a little legal argument of something that they're definitely entitled to. If he could have been involved in that and got them something, because they have a stronger claim than any of us. If he could have done that, then that's more believable in his whole push for reparations. But the fact that he couldn't even do that, which should have been a whole lot easier to do than any of these other ones, how can anybody give him or anybody else who are pushing for reparations any kind of belief and consideration that you have the ability to get done what you claim to get done, since you have not shown any evidence of it?
Yeah, and it's interesting because I've seen Tariq. He's had interviews with what's his name, that guy who covers Palestine in for what's his name, Robert Inlakesh. you remember him? He used to work for
Yeah,
TLAF.
I remember him.
He's interviewed Tariq before Tariq went like super against immigrants and stuff. Like he was doing talking about the Palestinian fight being, similar to Black Americans, blah blah blah. Like he was on a totally different grift. That's why I call him a grifter, because it's like, oh, you will like just switch on a dime, like just with whatever pays you. But yeah, so it's just rather interesting.
Like I almost feel like pulling up one of my TikToks, because I don't know if Trey has seen some of this stuff to know exactly how far some of the FBA people or people who push the FBA logic or mentality, how far they go with this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Well,
what do you think, Trey?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, because he was kind of quiet, so I was wondering. Oh, might be out. Oh, sorry, going ahead.
No, that's okay. No, I was gonna say, I feel like, because it's not even necessarily about Tariq, or even that there's probably more people like LARPing as FBA or whatever, or bots that call themselves that, than there are actual people. Because when you like talk to real people, it just doesn't really, that doesn't jive. That's just, they kind of look at you like you're weird. Like, what? Who? Like, who the fuck is this? It's like nobody. Yeah. But it's just more of like that type of narrative and how that's being used. And it's like, it's not necessarily that people are going to believe the narrative word for word, right? It's more of just adding that to the Overton window, or like expanding the Overton window by adding those things, right? Like just, it's, yeah, I think someone was saying like kind of muddying the waters. Yes, exactly. But it's like little by little. And I feel like it doesn't really get interrogated as much until it's too late.
Right.
And then, yeah, and you can't really, do anything.
So I'm sharing what I'm doing. So I'm grabbing that video. I'm going to share a little bit of it. I'm not going to share all of it because it's a longer video. And like I said, again, if you guys want to see these videos, go to my TikTok. And this one's an older video, and I'll just share a little bit of it, because this is some of the stuff that's being pervasive throughout the FBA communities.
Oh, and then another person who's kind of gone that route, I just want to say before I play this, is what's his name? Some Black. What's his name?
Black Authority Report.
No, that's Jason Black, or what's his name? He calls everybody.
Oh yeah, that's the one that Chamonique is talking about right there.
Oh, who?
Who was she talking? She was. What did she say? Where'd it go?
Jason Black. Tim Black. Oh no.
Oh, Tim Black. Oh,
Tim Black. That's why. That's what I'm saying. It's like, oh, it must be paying to go this way, because when I saw that he's kind of pivoting in that direction, I thought that was interesting. It's like,
interesting. Yeah, I haven't watched
right.
Also, I did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll share a little bit of my TikTok. It says Tim Black is a grifter. Yeah, I mean, I haven't watched it so long. I don't know. I can't speak on it. I just know that I tend to vet stuff more than just running out there, or if I'm putting something out there and I'm not entirely certain, I'll put I'm not entirely certain. So don't take this with a grain of salt. But I'm watching some of these people who are promoting people, and I'm like, are you really investigating what they're saying, or does some of the stuff they say kind of sound like bull to you? Because it does to me. I remember going back and forth with and now on this case, I believe that this man believes everything he's saying. I just believe he's delusional. What's his name? Marcel, was it Marcel Dixon? I just think he's delusional. And he was really big on this whole anti-immigrant and deportations and all that, but he's coming at it from a so-called progressive lens, and he's real big on reparations and all that. And I'm like, show me how do you get to that point. Let's show me how you get there versus just talking. But here's a little bit of my video. Let me see. Let me skip ahead. Oh, there it is. Oh, I decided to do. Oh, that's the reason. I guess I'll start it from the beginning, because this video here, he literally, I saw somebody try, was it Dane Calloway, I believe, tried to use this as if it was a real news story. So here we go. Oh. Let's see. Do this video because I've seen this video going around, It has been debunked years ago, but since I see it floating around, I wanted to put this up so that hopefully we can do responsible scholarship. I'm not trying to shame or embarrass anybody or to go after anybody any kind of way, but
forth information in the Aboriginal community.
Something being true, because they want something to be true, they will make it true, and they will take evidence which isn't sourced very well and just go with it. So that said, check out this video here.
See that Dane Calloway and many folks who are putting forth information in the Aboriginal community are prone to large misrepresentation, are prone to manipulation, and can generally be confused. Why am I saying this? Well, there's something else, for example, that you might have noticed. You might have noticed that in one of Dane Calloway's videos, he actually plays a video. This is hilarious. So now you got to see this one. He plays a video that purports to be a white news person actually agreeing that African Americans were Native Americans. Listen to this piece, and then we'll describe it.
Hello, I'm William Attlee, and this is a news brief with truth. See the men on the screen. They are the ancestors of the African American, but there is a problem: their true identity. Thomas McNeely has the story.
Well, William, the African American community is deeply divided due to the tagline, African Americans ain't Africans, which can be found in numerous places on the web. Now, it should be obvious as to why it's causing a commotion, but if it escapes you, let me explain. The current American education states African Americans were brought to America as slaves from Africa, which is simply not true. They are American indigenous, not descendants of Africans. As they say, the truth is stranger than fiction. Although this fact isn't spoken of openly, it's not a secret. However, with programming such as Roots, 12 Years a Slave, The African American Story, and the Book of Negroes, is it any wonder why so many African Americans are confused? We won't address all the misleading DNA tests being provided to connect African Americans to Africa.
Now, family, is he trying to tell you that?
No, that's a real video that a lot of these FBAs are in so-called indigenous were spreading. So I just want to skip ahead a little bit.
Did you notice that?
I'm sorry.
You should have known that something was wrong with this. But many of you in the Aboriginal community are wrong with it.
Oh, and what was wrong with it, if you notice, if you ever see this video, it doesn't have any kind of taglines or anything in there to show you what news agency this is from. And this guy is a famous voiceover actor. You can pay him to say virtually anything. And it's believed that Dane Calloway himself probably paid this guy to say this. Notice how he said, we don't really want to worry about the DNA stuff, but let me skip ahead.
Fact that people are aware of. His one of the videos
to increase your audience interest, raise the.
Well, I'm gonna tell you that.
So I mean, that's just one of the videos. I think I did another video. It was talking about the whole slave ships and all that, and proving like, yes, this was real. Like, why are you guys like trying to fabricate? And it was literally saying like, Africans over there that they don't I think, what was it, comedian Godfrey was like, yeah, I'd never heard any stories about like black people being taken away and all that, with Godfrey not telling you that he was raised in the United States. So there's a whole lot of games that are being played by a lot of people. Sorry to keep going on and on.
No, I was just listening. No, that would make sense. I wasn't familiar with Godfrey saying that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't remember what video I put that in. It was in one of my videos or on TikTok.
Yeah.
See, if I see it, I'll play a little bit of it. I thought that was the video. That turns out, I guess it was a different video.
I think I've seen that video though. That one that you just had up. I think I've seen and heard that one. It's so crazy. But again, it ain't about fact stranger than fiction. The fact is, we know for factual facts that Africans did come over here, but they were not here. They came over here. They sailed over here. So that's that. I mean, I don't know what these people are doing, man. You're crying about people stealing your jobs. Everybody won't be YouTube or some type of, nobody wants to work hard anymore, bro. So what do we like? Just stop. You're not going to get out there and do the construction job. You ain't working in nobody's cornfield. You ain't picking no sugar cane. You ain't doing none of that. So just stop.
I found it. I found it. It's because on TikTok, it's even worse. It's even crazier on TikTok. Let me see. So let me.
The content, you mean? Like the quote unquote.
Oh yeah.
The pop conspiracy.
Mm-hmm. Let me share my screen first, so you guys can see.
Because that's where that Ian Carroll guy, like those kind of influencers.
Yeah,
right?
they all
it's
pop
the new
up on
age.
TikTok. Yeah,
the new
and on TikTok,
conspiracy.
it's short, quick videos. Nobody proves anything. They just say stuff and show a lot of stuff out of context.
Well, they talk a lot about missing evidence. It's always like the evidence is the missing evidence. So you can't it's almost like I think it's somebody, I heard someone describing it as like structuring absence. So it's like, the Epstein list, like Hillary's emails, like there's always like something has to be missing. You have to be looking for it. And you can never like actually find the thing because then you don't get to talk about it all the time anymore. You know, it's like this very like, did you know? Just asking questions, missing information. But and it's not to say that there aren't real things that are missing that, you know, that they try to hide. It's more of just, it's just interesting how they set up their narratives.
Like I wanted to especially share this for Trey because he said before, of course, yeah, we have African descent. We come from Africa. So I wanted to share this with you because this is him basically telling you, you are completely wrong. You hear me, Trey?
Yeah, okay.
All right. So yeah, get a load of this. This is going to be a little entertaining.
Why the fuck them Africans ain't never heard that story then? If you're African American, what African connect with you? They don't know your ass. If we really came from Africa on them ships and came over here and got our ass a long time ago.
Smoke yourself.
I don't have no disrespect or no nothing towards an African at all. For what? For what did they do? What did they do wrong? They didn't do anything to us. We're over here.
I wish at this point to particularly to apologize deeply on behalf of the chiefs and people of Gold Coast and Ghana for the atrocities, the cruelty, the inhuman treatment that were committed 400 years ago by my ancestors during the Atlantic slave trade.
And we've been doing that. We've been trading, with each other. I'm talking about trading with each other for years before this land was colonized. So why would I have an issue with that? This landmass is still together. 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 We could go to Africa just as well as we could go to South America.
Don't do drugs. If you're doing it, stop it.
Free, real quick. As a full Nigerian.
And you're African, and I'm West African, Nigerian, but I was born in Nebraska.
Have you ever heard any ethnic stories, like Nigerian stories, about people getting robbed by white people? Stolen and brought across to another land. Have you ever heard an oral tradition don't go out into by the river at night because you can get jumped by the white man and he'll bring you on a boat across the water?
I never heard any of that. You remember the movie Sugar Hill?
Yep.
And there's a scene where they're doing the thing with the drug dealer, and the guy said, we can't work with that. That's a word that they were calling the American blacks, the Nigerians. There's a word that they use for American blacks. And Wesley Snipes was like, yo, what is this shit you keep calling us? And the guy goes, we don't want to work with cotton.
Yeah, TikTok was not allowing me to use the word Akata. So that's the reason why it's bleeped multiple times. But Godfrey is literally telling you that yes, he heard of this stuff, and then on there with Lord Jamar pretending like he's never heard of any of this stuff. That's the reason why I say I don't know if you can trust some of these people, because on one breath they're telling you, yeah, I knew about that. He's on with Vlad TV telling him, oh yeah, I heard all this stuff. I know about this. I know about that. And then he gets on with Lord Jamar and Dan Calloway and acts like he's never heard any of this stuff.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know much about Godfrey, but that's interesting. Well, then he's just playing to the whatever crowd, because he's not going to say that with Lord Jamar, because then it just proves the point that he's making, or it undermines.
Dan Calloway believes we can drive from America to Africa.
Oh, okay. Cool. That's cool. Let me know how to. Is there a ferry involved in any of this, or?
No, he believes that the land masses are still connected, according to Dan Calloway.
Okay, maybe, I don't know. Maybe, okay, sure.
This is the type of people who
just live stream the drive.
Literally thousands, hundreds of thousands of views. Well, actually, no, views into the millions, if not billions of views that somebody like Dan Calloway has.
Oh, because that's what they push, is like the literal nonsense kind of what is it called? Just, I don't know, low-hanging fruit. They love to feed the algorithm with that.
Yes.
So it's like usually trash. It's literally trash. It's kind of what X has turned into. I don't know much about TikTok, so I can't speak on it because I don't even have the app. I've never explored it, but I can speak on Twitter/X. And yeah, it's, what did you call it? X-Chan?
Yeah.
Twitter Chan.
X-Chan, exactly.
Yeah. That shit is wild. It's like,
yeah, X-Chan
where
or
am
Twitter
I?
Chan, because it's like, if you just dump out all the most craziest, racist, right-wing nonsense, that's what Twitter has become now. Just a hotbed for racism, xenophobia, and idiocy, in my mind.
I don't really use it for research anymore, really. I mean, and Twitter or X doesn't even allow people from academia to really access their like data like that. Like, you got to pay now. It's like, pretty expensive. And yeah, it's just, they've changed it around, because I think that they've just released so many bots. Like, I think that it's I think it's like, I don't want to say 50%, but I'm leaning towards 50%.
I would say probably 50% are bots,
right?
because so many people have left.
So yeah, there's a
a
lot of bots.
People who either they've went over to Blue Sky, which that's not a lot, but then there's a lot of people who just use Instagram.
Yeah.
Or they went to TikTok or something. But a lot of these people are, I believe, and you got two types of bots. I think you have the Israeli bots in there. I think you got some of this FBA bots in there. Then I think you got some of the America First bots in there.
Absolutely.
And then along with all the porn bots in there.
Oh yeah, the hoe bots. The hoe bots.
That's probably 25% of it right there. 25% of the 50 is horn bots.
Yeah. It's the hoe bots will definitely. And then if you get replied to by a hoe bot, no one's going to see what you wrote. It's kind of like a mark in a way.
Yep.
Like, they use that as a way to suppress like that interaction that you didn't even want. It's just, they just respond to you with some like crypto grift and like their tits out. It's like, do you like tits and Bitcoin? Like, sure. It's like, it's literally, yeah.
I got like now, because a lot of people have gotten off of it, a large chunk of people who are following me, which I'm not following back, are just bots. Like, I'll put out one tweet about something and I get half of them are just bots.
Oh yeah. At one point I had like 100 bots, like, because I have just my regular account because I don't use Twitter, my old Twitter anymore. I got rid of that, but just the one that I have to monitor things. At one point I had about 100 bots following that account, and then they disappeared overnight, and then they would accumulate, and then they would disappear, and it's like, what is this? What, like, do I even want this app on my phone? Like, what is this?
Well, yeah, I noticed my follower count just once after Elon bought it, it just kept dropping and dropping and dropping and dropping and dropping. Now I know there are a big chunk of people who are probably following me, especially my account that was a little bit bigger, because there were a lot of probably blue no matter who people who they probably left and went over to blue sky.
Yeah, that's probably true. But
Yeah.
even with those people there, I feel like the amount of bots that have been released, or just like these algorithms that, like you said, like the FBA reply guys, the Zio bots, the Ho bots, all the like, they're all programmed, right, to attack or like to respond to certain conversations. So it's rather interesting because it's like not in a way like, because like does what happened there affect the actual reality, and like how much is the actual reality affecting what's happening there? So it's kind of hard to tell, right? It's like this weird symbiotic relationship. Like, can you get like a pulse on what people are feeling through these mechanisms, or like is it all just completely fake and then you think that that's what most people are thinking, and then anyway, it's kind of hard to tell.
I saw somebody
Post-truth.
said, what do you think of Danny Haifong? Because they said Danny is a sus because he continues to have Ritter on. And I think that a lot of those people still here, I'll put it this way. These people don't know anything about warfare. They don't know anything about military weaponry. And so they bring him on because he's an accessible person who does have knowledge in some of this stuff. Whether he's accurate in his assessments is a different story. And whether he's not biased to certain things. Like I realize, like, though, he's a Kool-Aid
who's Scott
drinker.
Ritter?
Yeah, I realize he's a Kool-Aid drinker on some things where I can't take him serious.
Something like MAGA, like he was pushing Trump hard,
real hard.
like hard. I was like, ew, no. I personally, I don't have very positive feelings about Ritter. So
No,
but that's I have a whole other.
I've heard him in one breath defend America's colonialism, then turn around in the next breath, like a couple of interviews later, talk about when he had Garland Nixon. He was on a panel with Garland Nixon. He was like, and I'll admit it, America is a white supremacist country. It is. And I'm like, wait a minute. You just admitted America's white supremacist. And then in the same breath, you talk about, but we have to defend it. And it's like, I can't take this dude serious.
No.
Not at all.
No, not at all. I'm sorry. It's like, who is this person? Like, who? It almost feels like he's like kind of set up to be in that position. I don't know. But I could be wrong. He could be totally genuine, and
I think he's genuine. I just
dumbass.
don't. I just think, just like how somebody can be an expert in one thing and be pretty dumb on other things, that's what I think it is with him. Like when he started talking about the U.S. Navy capabilities, I'm like, huh? I'm not a fan of Empire, but one thing I will tell you, our Navy is extremely capable. It's probably the most capable in the world, and it's not even like a close second. I mean, Trey, what's your thoughts on that? Like,
You see me shaking my head in the back, bro. You already know.
I'm like, I know what we can do. I know what our U.S. Navy can do, and I'm like, are you serious?
Yeah, you don't want that smoke.
I'm like,
if you ain't Russia or China, you don't want that smoke.
Yeah, you need to be Russia or China. Those are the only nations that could stand up to our Navy. And honestly, I believe it's a possibility if we were just going navies alone, our Navy could probably handle China and Russia at the same time. Where Russia has a little bit of an edge, I'll give them, is on their subs. If we're talking about cruisers, destroyers, carriers, not even close. If we're talking about the same thing,
subs make a big difference, though, doggy. And we saw that in World War II with the U-boats. They make a huge difference, bro.
Yeah. Well, the U-boats were the Germans. But I know what you mean.
Well, I'm just saying, like, to be able to attack and not be seen. That's huge.
Yeah. Well, the Kula class is like tough because working as a torpedo man, part of my job was being in sonar and doing training and stuff like that, and knowing the capabilities of some of their stuff. And we struggle with that. I'll just be honest. We struggle with that. And that's one of the Navy's biggest worries. That's their biggest blind spot, is Russia's subs. Surface, we're not worried about nobody's surface, because on top of that, our carriers are carrying helo squadrons and fighter squadrons that we can get numbers up in the air that would, that so Navy is not where the weakness is. It's on the ground. Our army is not as tough as we make out. That's where our weakness is. Army and Marines. Because now with drones and things like that, nobody's fighting the conventional shoot 'em up, bang bang type wars nearly as much, unless we're fighting some militias in Afghanistan or something. But like a lot of the bombing and stuff, air support that some of these conflicts have are Navy pilots who are flying these sorties over them. Sometimes it's Air Force, but Air Forces are mainly used for big bombing runs. But the fighter pilots and stuff, when people think Top Gun and all that, that's Navy. But that's enough glazing the U.S. military.
Yeah, no, but Ritter, and just in my view, even if he does have information that's useful or like certain analysis, that's, I guess, informative.
We've heard how wrong he's been with Russia.
Yeah, I don't
trust the guy. He's been so off on Russia on so many different things. There's other people that I listen to on talking about those different issues than him.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been wrong on Trump so much. So when you're wrong and when you're getting on and you're talking multiple times for hours and 80% of what you talk about, you're wrong on, I can't take you seriously, regardless of any of the other stuff that people say about you.
Yeah. Yeah. That's, I don't have very many nice things to say about Ritter. So.
Yeah, that's what I think. It boils down to just, I don't feel a lot of these content creators, most of them are either pseudo journalists, which I would consider myself a pseudo journalist also. But I actually have real world experience in some of this stuff that I'm talking about. So I can actually lend an opinion, whereas plenty of these other people, they don't have any real world experience on any of this stuff. They've never organized a campaign. They never been involved in actual politics versus just being a volunteer. They've never, like, some of them don't know anything about business. Some of them have never managed people. Some of them never did military. So it's a lot of content creators out here that don't have any expertise in any of the stuff that they're talking about to give you guys any kind of assessment. So that's the reason why I believe that they listen to some of these people who are not don't have as much credibility in my eyes on some of the stuff they talk on.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. And it's also, they don't even understand how their own like mind works or how they make the decisions that they don't really understand why they're doing what they're doing. It's kind of like, okay, like I'll just do this and here's some headlines and then let's talk about how wrong the mainstream media is and here's the alternative, explanation, which is fine. Like if you want to do that, but then there's really no like deeper level than, you're going to get on like a Jimmy Dore or something. I don't know. Well, although Jimmy Dore is a different beast, but
yeah,
I believe he is a grifter, but that's not a lot. I've been screaming that for so long now. I'm sure people who've been listening to you for a while probably like, oh, here she goes about Jimmy Dore again. Yeah, still can't stand him. Still hating.
Yes, you guys know how Sebs feels about Jimmy.
Yep, still out here hating hard on Jimmy Dore. Hating. Yeah, all day, every day. Well, not literally, but if he comes up, I will bash. So yeah.
But I guess I've kept you guys all long enough.
No, thank you for this convo.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it, and of course, I will probably talk throughout the week or whatever. But I was wondering, anything that you want
bro,
to
I appreciate you having me on, man. This has been awesome.
Yeah, I mean, anything that y'all want to plug, let anybody know where they can get a hold of you guys, follow you wherever that is, or contact you. And definitely, hey, Trey, you definitely have an invitation to come back, man. You already know that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I try to do a podcast on Wednesdays, you guys. I do mostly sports. I'm the funny arm of the law. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. I don't get too serious or anything. When I want to get serious, I call Mr. Morpheus, and he lines it up for me to get serious because mine is fairly new, fairly startup. You know what I'm saying? And I'm a goofball, so I'm talking about old '80s video games and cartoons and movies, and we're doing rates and stuff like that. Hey, me and you need to start getting into doing our Cisco and Ebert too, man.
Yeah.
What 80s cartoons have you been reviewing? I'm just curious.
Oh man, what are you talking about? I'm an old school head, man. You like He-Man, Voltron, Silverhawks, Smurfs, Snorkels.
Okay.
Yeah. I can stop
No,
there.
I was curious because
Okay.
James, like that's my boyfriend. He watches a lot of cartoons because he likes to animate as well. And so when he watches a lot of them, and I happen to be there. And recently we were just watching Samurai Jack, which I actually really like.
Oh, Samurai Jack. Yeah, that's one of my goodies.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm real old school. Like I go back old school G.I. Joe and
Yeah. Patrick, I like the original animated series for X-Men. I always like that.
Okay,
I will say.
Ask your man if he knows about Samurai Warriors.
Samurai Warriors? Okay, I'm gonna write that down.
Yeah, it's actually called Ronin Warriors, but in Japanese it's Samurai Warriors.
Okay.
Old school anime.
Okay. He doesn't watch as much anime. Like he likes some of it, but he likes the a lot of like the early 2000s cartoons, the 90s. And he likes very specific cartoonists and types of stories and stuff. But recently we've just been watching Samurai Jack, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shoot, I forgot.
I got
I can't cut us off too soon. I forgot something. I didn't talk about it. I was asked to talk about it. I said I was going to, but I guess quick thoughts. Trump's big beautiful bill, or big pile of bullshit. What are you guys' initial thoughts on it? Because I guess it passed 51 to 49 on party line votes.
Yeah. The AI provision is pretty creepy. I know I'm sure a lot of people have already talked about that, but just like the suspending any kind of local and state regulations on AI or what they're calling AI, right? Because there's a lot of different types of systems that they call like, AI or AGI or, artificial superintelligence. There's like so many. It's such a broad thing that doesn't have a very clear definition because some of it's just like computer learning programs. Yeah. So it's so there's supposed to be like no regulation on that at all in any state or local, level for 10 years. So that's really fucking creepy. And I know other people have talked about it at nauseum. So
I don't know. Are you free to swing by next week?
Yeah.
Because then we can go into it. It'll give me time to like really research it and go through it.
Well, the thing is that is really problematic with this is because they're saying like, oh, you can't interfere with these policies or laws that have to do with AI, what they're calling AI. Or these AI systems is because it's a national security thing, right? Because they're all going to frame it around their not Russia, but China's technological advancement, yada yada. So it's a national security thing. But then at the same time, it's like, oh, but go to your you have to fight things at your local level, and we're supposed to make smaller government, right? That's the whole point of the Republican Party, quote unquote, or the conservatives. And this is the complete opposite of that, where you're like, oh, you're actually not allowed to do that on your local level. So it's just rather interesting to see all these like federalists, right? Like who believe in this, in the system as it is or as it claims to be, the ideal, kind of going the opposite direction, especially with this, and especially right now when like all this stuff is coming to fruition, right? Where it's like, wait, you definitely need to regulate it now, but then they say, oh, but people just don't understand They don't understand this stuff. Like Congress can't make laws about this because they just don't get it. They're not smart like they don't have our IQ. They're too old. They're boomers. They don't know how to regulate this stuff. So let's just like not regulate it and go with it. And a lot of people, one of the main people in the Trump administration pushing this is David Sachs, right? So because he's the crypto czar and he's in charge of the AI regulations. So they're gutting anything that even Biden had put in to try to like regulate things at a very surface level. They took all that out, like day one. So yeah, so it's just from the executive stuff that Biden tried to do specifically. So, but yeah, so that's really fucking creepy.
Yeah, I was like, it's so much that we had to talk about that I was like, oh crap, I didn't put that in there, but I figured throughout the week it'll give me some time to like really like focus on the points of the bill. Like the AGI stuff is some stuff that I called out before the bill that I was concerned about, but now that it's through and it's official and it's not going back and forth through reconciliation, be able to like really hone in on like, okay, what are my biggest problems with this and what are the things that I think people need to worry about.
Yeah, because it's like people in the city, like if you go to your city council meetings or like your school board meetings and stuff, right? When you're talking about like even some of the tech that's coming online, like for the kids at your schools, where you're like, wait, I don't like this, or this is too much surveillance, that yada yada. If that interferes with their AI, right, like their AI goals or AGI goals from the federal government, because it's a national security thing, like you can't do that. You can't like advocate for your kids' schools to, maybe not surveil them every little thing that they do on their school iPads or whatever it is. That's just a silly example, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, sorry, I guess you went out, Trey. So yeah, you were talking about was it Thundercats and stuff?
Yeah, I was
not Thundercats. He did not change. First of all,
I'm sorry.
Get my YouTube.
Yeah, get your channel up so you can plug it. Y'all missed a lot of good stuff. Sebs used to have Sebs had a couple of channels.
Yeah, I did.
It kicked me out. It's kind of like all froze up and went really crazy Nelly.
I'm just mad you said Thundercat. Yeah, you were talking about Thundercats. He was not talking about Thundercats. He was talking about Samurai Warriors. Okay, get it right.
Well, somebody in the chat was talking about Thundercats.
Oh, my bad.
That threw me off.
Okay,
I think Thomas was talking about Thundercats, and it got stuck in my head.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
Yeah, but I guess.
But yeah, but the big beautiful bill thing.
Yeah. So Thundercats.
You beg on
it. Yes, this is Trey's channel.
Put my YouTube link in the chat, you guys. If you ever want to come on Wednesdays and talk about some, old video games or, shoot the sports rap or music or whatever, it's just a fun place to just chitty chat. But when you want to get serious, got to come on this side of the world.
Yeah, this is where the serious stuff gets done. Even though we throw a little bit of fun, I was gonna throw a little funny joke in, but a jokey video, which I'll probably say that till next time. But yeah, I need to go put some food in my belly. I'm starving, and I'm getting dirty looks, so I better get ready to cut the stream. But yes. Plus,
thank you for having us, Marcus.
Somebody's grilling and it's smelling good. Of course, I'm always glad to have you guys. Always glad to have you guys. I just want to hopefully do this. More
Guardians.
often.
Oh shoot!
Yes.
Oh, they're getting you fired up.
Oh
huh?
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You see, they all up in. I'm telling you, everybody. All this new stuff now is garbage, man. It's just garbage. You gotta. All the old stuff is good. Look, Thundercats, Voltron, Space Battleship, Yamato. Okay.
Somebody put gargoyles on there.
I used to like Captain Power. I mean, remember that? Not Captain Planet, because a lot of people think Captain Planet. I'm talking about Captain Power.
Gargoyles for sure. Gargoyles was my.
I used to watch it after school.
Oh, what you talking? They're trying to make a live version of that.
Of what?
They're trying to make a live version of Captain Planet, bro.
Oh, Captain.
No, not Captain Planet. Captain Power.
He said Captain Power.
You remember Captain Power?
Oh, what you know about Captain Power, bro? That was my boy.
I used to have because Captain Power,
What you
it
know
used to
about
have
Captain
like the little, you used to have the planes, and you could shoot back at the screen and everything.
That's right. You can shoot back at the actual cartoon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had the plane.
I had the plane.
I had Captain Power. I had his change, the change engine that they got into. Power up.
Who was the guy who had
that.
like the wingsuit, like the wings would pop out?
I forget his name, but that was my guy.
I had one of those. I had one of those action figures.
So I had Captain Power, but all of that came from Centurions. Do you remember Centurions?
Mm-hmm.
Power Extreme. That's where that came from. They just put it in live action.
Interesting.
That was my show.
I'll start going in nostalgia there,
my
definitely. Or definitely like some of these people, they like, I don't know what y'all are talking about. We're showing our age there.
It's okay. Well, I'll let you go, Marcus. I know you're getting dirty looks, so go get your char grilled.
I might get stabbed and bleed out soon if I don't end the stream.
Yeah, you better go.
Y'all just gonna see me on camera like this on the side, like, you guys have a good weekend.
All right, thank you, Marcus.
All righty.
And it was nice meeting you, Trey.
We'll see you, bro. Thank you, man.
All right, this was a pleasure. This has been the Political Matrix. I'm your host, Marcus Young Morpheus Cage. So glad you guys spent the time with us. You guys could have been anywhere else, but you decided to be here. Whether you're catching this live or whether you catch this later on, much appreciation for you being here. Y'all have a safe one. Be blessed. Less stressed. We out.
There is discrimination in this world, and slavery and slaughter and starvation. Governments repress their people. Millions are trapped in poverty, while the nation grows rich, and wealth is lavished on armaments everywhere. These are differing evils, but they are the common works of man. They reflect the imperfection of human justice, the inadequacy of human compassion, our lack of sensibility towards the suffering of our fellows. But we can perhaps remember, even if only for a time, those who live with us are our brothers, that they share with us the same short moment of life, that they seek as we do, nothing but the chance to live out their lives in purpose and happiness, winning what satisfaction and fulfillment they can.